How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
the end. I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you. Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. Can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up? How's it going? What day is it? Is it Thursday? It's Thursday, right? It's not Wednesday. Am I crazy? It's Thursday, right? Being an adult means knowing what day of the week it actually is. Hey, look at this cool ring I got at Swarovski Crystals. No, it wasn't like crazy. It was like nothing at Swarovski is crazy, but look at this cool ring though. Look at this. I focus, camera. Camera wants to focus on me and not on the ring. Look at this. A little triangle crystal thing. Is this like a cult symbol? Am I gonna get told that by wearing this this really cool ring that I am part of an occult group? Just like when I went on InfoWars with Harrison Smith and I was wearing the Orwell eye necklace that I have, like the beautiful Schiaparelli or like Orwell eye or like the evil eye or like whatever you want to say. And then Harrison got all sorts of complaints from his audience and they said I was in the Illuminati. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Yeah, like it's a queer Marxist ring. I literally found the pink fucking triangle. I literally found the pink fucking triangle in the form of capitalism, in the form of a pink triangle ring that I got from the Swarovski outlet 2 miles down the road from my house. How cool is that? We found it. I literally have the queer Marxist ring. You guys got it. See, the side know has been paying attention. The side know this is my level of humor. This is my level of trolling. I'm like, you assholes, you want to make the pink triangle like the focal point of what you're doing? I'm gonna go use capitalism to buy a pink crystal triangle ring. This is a capitalist rebellion to the queer co-option of the pink triangle. Also, it's really pretty. Also, it looks cool. So I'll do what I want. Can I load it with I fucking wish, bro. I fucking wish. I wish. Yeah, okay, well, Karlyn's in the Illuminati. Better to just ignore her than to deal with communism. Average conservative opinion. Karlyn has hair I don't like. Better just ignore her. I don't like the number on Karlyn's scale. Better just ignore her. And it'll all go away. Communism will go away if we just ignore it and don't acknowledge the problem and make every excuse that we can possibly fucking think of to ignore the problem and yada, 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 yada. Guys, the amount of conservative retardation on Twitter today, Yeah, the necklace. Yeah, I decided I wanted to be bougie on today's stream. Do you know what this necklace is? This was $20 at Anthropology. All right. $20 fucking pretty sparkle necklace. I was like, I swear to God, I almost did this last night. I tried so hard to get a good picture. I almost posted a picture, just like a headshot of me looking like I was wearing no shirt, but in fact, I was just doing this. Like, I almost posted a picture last night on Twitter of me just like bare shoulders and all that, just with the necklace. I was this fucking close. I may do it yet. I was this fucking close. I'm like, let me see what happens if I do this. Let me see what happens if I post what looks like a totally topless picture just wearing an opulent sparkle necklace. Let's see what happens if I do this. I mean, come on. It's a nice visual, if nothing else. I may still post it. Post it. We'll see. I didn't really get the image I wanted was the thing. I didn't really get that. That was actually the reason I didn't post it, is I tried a couple of different things. It wasn't working out. I had a very specific vision in my head that I was going for, and I couldn't figure out how to do it in reality. So we're going to work on that. We're going to work on, maybe I'll even get a more opulent necklace. Maybe I'll get like a big fuck off like bib necklace or something. And maybe that's really what I need. I need a more opulent necklace than the $20 necklace that I got at Anthropology. I think that might be the case. Do you guys think that's a good idea? Do you guys think that's a good idea? I also, you guys should see it. I also, okay, I got this shirt the other day, and it is a very tight, very stretchy, tight, kind of like ladies' wife beater shirt. And I kind of just I bought it off of Whatnot, and it was so cheap. And I was kind of like, the only reason I bought it is I was seriously like, I wonder what I look like in this shirt. Like I saw, I was like, that is like actually like a really sexy shirt. I think I was like, I wonder what I look like now in this shirt. And so I bought it just to literally try it on and to see what I look like. And I gotta tell you guys, my tits look fucking great in that shirt. I actually, when I look, first of all, super fucking thin, and my tits look fuck off great in that shirt. And you could like basically like see what, like you can almost see everything. And I was looking at myself in the mirror. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, what if I posted a picture of this on Twitter? I was like, what if I post the picture of this on Twitter? That would be, I might actually break some people's brains if I ever posted that on Twitter. I wasn't even going to mention it. I wasn't even going to tell you guys about it. I wasn't even going to mention it. I was like, you know what? They don't need to know what my tits actually look like. They actually don't need to know. No one needs to know that except for me and my husband. But if I did post a picture of myself in this shirt on Twitter, it might be really funny just to see what happens. Might be really funny to see what happens. Anyway, you know, we are actually having a serious show today. Believe it or not, we are actually having a serious show today. This is not just Karlyn talking about being naked on the internet, apparently. This is not just me talking. I'm so sorry to disappoint you people. It is not just about me talking about being naked, potentially on the internet. We are actually doing a serious show today. Okay, we are covering the topic of queer liberation today. You're going to go undercover wearing a sexy outfit. Don't give away my next disguise. Don't give away my next disguise, Melissa. What the fuck are you doing? That's not even yeah, all of a sudden, people start showing up. All I need to do is post a picture of my tits on the internet, and all of a sudden, people will, oh, Karlyn, I haven't watched your content in a really long time. Be like, I know. And they're gonna be like, you look great. I'm gonna be like, I know. And they're gonna be like, wow, I saw some really cool pictures of you on Twitter. I'm like, I know, bro. I know. And you're back. And now you're gonna learn about communism, right? Now, because you have seen my tits and you appreciate them, you're gonna sit your ass down, shut the fuck up, and learn about communism. Is that how this little internet game works? The super chats will pour in. The channel memberships will pour in. Thank you, Julie, for gifting a membership to the channel. Julie starting us off with a channel membership. I don't think she did that because of my boobs either. I think that she just actually wanted to do that because it's a nice thing to do. If you want to ingratiate yourself to the chat, please feel free to throw in a channel membership. I would love to hit 100 new channel members today on the stream. So if you guys want to throw in a channel membership, if I teach you something, if I entertain you, if I make you laugh, if you just really like the idea of seeing my tits on the internet, feel free to throw in a channel membership. Maybe I'll even set a membership goal. Maybe I'll even say, if you guys hit the membership goal today, I will post a picture of me being somewhat naked on the internet. That's the challenge. If you guys want to see, this is how I'm going to know. Do you guys actually want to see this or don't you? Because if we can meet the channel membership goal of 100 channel members, maybe I'll say, okay, assholes, I'll go and take the half naked picture and you can enjoy that. Anthony with a W. Thank you, Anthony, for the gifted channel membership. Alex with a W. Thank you, Alex, for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate it, bro. Really, hey, that's 3. 3 of 100, 97 more to go if you guys want to know what my boobs look like. Anyway, we don't need to talk about that anymore right now. Anyway. So I woke up this morning.
Anyone who is participating.
Hang on, I'm not ready for you to talk yet. I woke up this morning, and the first thing that I saw in my Instagram feed was this clip of Vicky Osterweil and Dean Spade talking about how transition means abolition. W's jumped the shark. Thank you so much for the channel membership, bro. Really appreciate it. Yeah, even average person who's asexual, he's like, Karlyn, I don't care about seeing your boobs, but it would be really funny to see what happens if you did show your boobs on the internet. It would be like, I don't care about seeing them, but it would be mind-blowingly funny. And tomorrow is Friday. We are entertained on Friday. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Let me add that channel membership to our tallies. Now we have 4 gifted channel memberships. Okay, so let me just play this clip and you guys can hear what I heard. Let me play the clip. It's 2 minutes long.
Participated in social movements over the last. Anyone who has participated in social movements over the last 10 years has witnessed and experienced trans people at the front. Transition, I'm increasingly coming to believe, is a form of abolition. Abolition in its sort of more proper sense, which is that you destroy and you build. Because as anyone who's transitioned knows, despite what we might say about dead names to try and convince cis people to fucking chill, that we both are not and still are that person. And that both of those are true at once. It is not like someday I'm still that person and someday I'm not. It's like, no, this contradiction, that is a person I am not. And in some ways I never was that person. And that is my life, and that will always have been who I am, are both true at the same time. This is an extremely radical form of transformation that we take. People who transition don't necessarily have good politics.
This is an extremely radical form of transformation. Transition is not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. Transition is a radical form of transformation. Hey, thanks, Kazmar, for the super chat. On behalf of Old Sub, he knows why. All right. Thank you, Kazmar. Thank you, Old Sub, for whatever contributions you made. I really do appreciate that. Again.
This is an extremely radical form of transformation that we take. People who transition don't necessarily have good politics. Shout outs to the Jenners. But I do think it's notable that long before the attack on trans life became exhausting.
People who transition don't necessarily have good politics. What they're talking, what they them is talking about, and they them said it. Bruce Jenner, dead named Bruce Jenner, by the way, dead named Bruce Jenner. Just out of nowhere, the queer activist dead naming the trans person that they them doesn't like. Does everyone understand that? Hey, thanks, average person, for the channel membership. W's for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Really, thanks so much, bro. Let me add that to our tally, and then we will go. We got a super chat as well, which I also appreciate. Tiffany, queer Marxists believe sexuality is a capitalist gender, not sexuality, gender. Really close. Gender, though, you got to, these are 2 very different terms. Gender has nothing to do with sexuality. So I'm going to replace that word in your super chat just to make sure it's correct. But like, I appreciate the attempt. Queer Marxists believe gender is a capitalist construct, and we are all essentially gender fluid, and capitalism puts us in these gender categories that are not natural. Just replace sexuality with gender, which are 2 different concepts, and you're 100% correct, Tiffany. Thanks so much for that super chat. I really appreciate it. So what they like, so why would this queer activist, who is obviously fucking around with gender, why would this queer activist dead name Caitlyn Jenner by calling them Bruce? And why would they say trans people don't necessarily have good politics. Why would they say that? Because for this person who is a radical revolutionary queer activist, this is not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. Queer is a political position. Vicky Osterweil, and we'll talk about who that is in a moment, Vicky Osterweil is fucking around with they, them's gender as a political statement. It is a revolutionary political statement to transform gender, to take it outside of the capitalist constructed gender binary that created the constructed categories of man and woman in the first place. It is not about what Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner, whatever you want to say. It is not about what they are doing. They are outside of Vicky's politics, and therefore they are not on the same team. For this person, and for many, well, all queer activists, fucking around with your gender and going by they, them pronouns, it is not about gender dysphoria or any sort of mental illness. It is a political statement. It is part of their political identity. 1 in the chat if you understand, 2 in the chat if this is confusing. 1 in the chat if you understand, 2 in the chat if this is confusing. Let me know.
Necessarily have good politics. Shout outs to the Jenners. But I do think it's notable
I
that
guess just
long
said
before
Jenners.
the
I guess they
attack
just said, I
on
thought it
trans
said
life
Bruce. He didn't.
became
Okay, whatever, doesn't matter.
exhaustingly central to politics, we were at the front of all this stuff. And we were at the front of it because we have experienced and understood the messy complexity of what is involved in change. The capacity to do that with your body and your gender teaches you that that's possible everywhere. And that terrifies them. It terrifies fascists. It's the scariest thing they
Got
can
you, Red
imagine.
Menace.
That in fact, their little kingdoms of car dealerships and hotel businesses and their families with
The fascist businesses of car dealerships and hotels.
2 kids in a McMansion
And a family with 2 kids and a mansion.
is not in fact the sacrosanct end of history.
So, that was the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning. And I thought, well, that seems like a pretty good episode for the show. That seems like something we should watch on the show. We'll get to that in a second. Red Menace, I'm so sorry I missed this. You sent it before the stream started. Been a hell of a... Thank you for being a member of the channel for 3 months. Really, really appreciate it. Been a hell of a ride so far. Had to re-up for May Day. Things are going to get crazy. Yes, they are. But we'll be together. Exactly. Thank you for everything. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, Red Menace. Thank you for being such an awesome supporter. Really, really, really appreciate it. And then, sure enough, I looked on Dean Spade's YouTube channel, and there it is. There it is, the full hour-long discussion between the two of them. Now, who knows who Vicky Osterweil is? Pop quiz for the chat. Who knows who Vicky Osterweil is? Has anyone ever heard of Vicky before? I've seen Vicky in person before. I saw Vicky in person at the New York Anarchist Book Fair when I was undercover spying on them. You've never heard of her? I think you have, Misakan. I think you have. In Defense of Looting. Exactly. Vicky wrote a little book that you may have heard of that was very popular during 2020 called In Defense of Looting. And this book, I actually read this book. I still own this book to this day. This is back in 2020 when I was challenging myself to read leftist books to see how crazy they were. This book is the thing that made me understand that what they are always talking about is private property. Because this book was not talking about race. It was framed in the auspices of the Black Lives Matter movement so that everyone thought that this is about Black people looting and we have to let Black people steal shit and all this stuff. But when you actually sit down to read the book, it's not about that at all. It's about capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, and how Black people who are the proletariat have a right by obligation to take the private property from their oppressors. That's what this book is about. And so when I read this book, this was actually probably one of the first times for me that I started to really understand that there was more going on here than just the race thing that I had been hearing about from conservatives over and over and over and over and over again. There was just more going on. Everyone should read it. It's accessible to regular people. Yeah, it is. It is actually. It is pretty accessible. I mean, I think you're going to read it better if you understand leftist language. But like, I fully recommend if you want a crazy fucking leftist book to read, In Defense of Looting is a great fucking book to read. A sticker I have, shit's too expensive, shoplift. Yep. Capitalism. Shoplifting is a rebellion against capitalism. Now, so we know who Vicky Osterweil is. Who's Dean Spade? Pop quiz. Who is Dean Spade? Who remembers who Dean Spade is in a single sentence? What do we best know Dean Spade for? And this is for people who are new, who maybe have never heard of Vicky Osterweil or Dean Spade. What do we best know Dean Spade for? We did just see Dean Spade last week. Yeah, Reagan, mutual aid. Yes, average person got it. Mutual aid, mutual aid. Because Dean Spade is a queer activist that has been a queer activist for at least 25 years. Dean Spade has been around for a very, very long time. And Dean Spade has written multiple books on mutual aid. Why do we care about mutual aid? Because mutual aid is how the left is funded. You know, I put out a video like a week ago trying to explain to conservatives that the left is not funded by Soros, they're not funded by the CCP, they're not funded by some mysterious boogeyman. They are funded by mutual aid. You guys should see the fucking comments from the retards on Facebook. You guys should. So I never get so many comments from conservative retards as when I put out a video saying the left is not funded by George Soros. The left is funded by mutual aid. You should see the absolute retardation happening on the Decode the Left Facebook page. It's just like I had to stop looking at it. And on my Instagram too. I'm getting it on my Instagram too. I had to stop looking at the comments because every time a conservative retard commented saying, excuse me, we know where the left is funded from, and it is obviously Soros and the CCP, and this has been proven, and you're a secret communist. It's like, should I say? Uh-huh. 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 They will not accept that they are not paid protesters. It's true. It's true. And this total commitment to being fucking unhinged from reality is why the left will win. The conservatives would rather allow the left to win than to hinge into reality and actually deal with the problem. You saw the Facebook comments. I will not go to the comments on Facebook. They're even more retarded than X. And like, bro, X is off the fucking hook retarded today. I just don't even know what to say anymore. I just don't even know what to say. I truly don't even know what to say. And the fact that X, just as a side note, the fact that X is so fucking off the chain retarded is the reason that we need to double down on X and actually try to insert some non-retardation into the world. And the reason I bring this up is that X is getting rid of the community feature on Twitter, which I have like a community that's over 3,000 people on Twitter. So this kind of sucks. But the benefit is X has now made a way for me to share a link to get you guys to join a group chat. Please join this group chat if you are on Twitter. I have also pinned the link to the top of the chat on YouTube and the top of the chat on Rumble. Please go join the group chat, because the more people who are in the group chat, the more people we can help promote and stuff like that, the more of my work gets shared out there. And the X algorithm is totally fucking me right now. Like, X has like basically limited my reach. So we need to re-engage with the interacting with every fuck off thing I post about the left strategy. And the best way to do that is to get everyone to the group chat on Twitter. Okay. So go join the group chat. We all need to work together on this. I don't like Twitter either, but there needs to be a counterbalance to the amount of retardation. And it's not just about sharing my stuff. If you guys post stuff you want to share that's relevant, we'll share your stuff too. This is a thing for everyone. It's not just about me, it's about us. I will share your stuff. If you share my stuff, I will share your stuff like that. As long as you're doing stuff that's good. If you're doing stuff that's dumb, like I'm not going to share that. But also you have no obligation to repost dumb shit I post. I'm not saying everything. I post a lot of dumb shit on Twitter. But I'm saying about the stuff related directly to the left. Does anyone want to educate this retard about why this is a stupid statement? You're either queer or procreation. You can't be both. Does anyone want to explain to this person why this is a fuck off stupid statement? I'm going to give you guys a second. Does anyone want to explain to this person why this is a fuck off stupid statement? Queer people have kids. Yeah. Queer people have children. Queer is a political ideology. Queer people have kids. Queer is a political ideology. Queer has nothing to do with sexuality. Queer is not about sex. Queer is a political movement. Queer people have children. They literally have children. So most politically queer people have never engaged in same-sex acts. That's a really interesting note there, Mizakan. I believe you. Queer is political. Having kids is unrelated. So, guys, we are going to listen to this podcast with Dean Spade and Vicky Osterweil for a little while today, and I think that's going to be awesome. But do you guys mind if I take a point of personal privilege? Do you guys mind if I take a point of personal privilege before that? Because I want to get the Owen take on all this SPLC stuff. And for people who don't know, the Justice Department is going after the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they're saying the Southern Poverty Law Center funded the KKK or some such shit. And they're saying the Southern Poverty Law Center was basically the mastermind behind the Charlottesville Unite the Right riot and all that bullshit. And they're saying that the Southern Poverty Law Center funded every single person who went to the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, and that they were all getting paid by the SPLC and all this bullshit. And I have to say, I am not pro SPLC by any means. I think the SPLC should be shut down. I don't mind the SPLC getting in legal trouble. It is fuck off retarded to believe that the SPLC was funding every single person that was involved in the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. And I say that as someone who knows people who were involved in that fucking rally. I was not involved in it. This is way before my fucking time. But I do know some of the people who were involved in it, and I know some of the people who were involved at a pretty decently high level. It is fuck off stupid to believe the SPLC was funding all of this. And of course, the point that conservatives are trying to make, well, they're trying to do a couple things. One of the things they're trying to do is demonize anyone that is to the right of MAGA. Now, listen, I disagree with a lot of people on the dissident right about a lot of things. I quite frankly believe that a lot of the people, especially the men on the dissident right, are toxic retards. Okay? I'm not saying that I support everyone on and I don't know what else to call them other than the dissident right. So that's what I'm going to say. The people who are actually on the far right, like, I don't like a lot of those people. I don't interact with them. I don't associate with them. I think that there's a lot of toxicity on the dissident right. However, that's not what the MAGA retards and the GOP are rebelling against. They're rebelling against anyone who is to the right of MAGA. MAGA are mostly classical liberals. Most of the people in MAGA, they might think they're conservative, but when you actually talk to them about their values, they are not conservative at all. They're classical fucking liberals. They are on the left. They just don't realize that because they don't have dyed hair and yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. And they fucking hate. MAGA and the GOP hates everyone to the right of them. And the reason they hate people to the right of them is that people to the right of them, generally speaking, actually have legitimate grievances and are trying to solve real problems. Whereas MAGA has no desire to actually solve real problems. The GOP has no desire to solve real problems. What they want to do is exploit every existing problem to say, the Democrats did this, the Democrats did this, the Democrats did this. And they just exploit the same fucking problems over and 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 over again without ever actually doing anything to solve the fucking problem. Because to them, this is about politics. It's not about changing the world. It's not about making things better for Americans. This is not about protecting white people or any other types of people for that matter. I don't really care about the pro-white stuff, but like I'm saying, like, it's not about any of these like core issues. It's about they want to use it as a political weapon because they hate the Democrats and so they have to demonize the Democrats. And that's really what they're doing also with this SPLC bullshit. It's the same old fucking conservative thing of it's not Republicans who are racist. It's Democrats who are the real racists. Did you know the Democrats started the KKK? Now the Democrats are literally funding the KKK. The parties never switched. We were never the racists. It's the Democrats who were racist. And that, I think, is the psyop that's going on with the SPLC stuff. I'm not saying that I believe the SPLC is a good organization. I don't. I'm not saying that I'm upset that the Justice Department is going after the SPLC. I'm not. Fine. Go. That maybe it might be the first fucking productive thing the Justice Department has actually done. But the amount of propaganda that's being created about this on the right by all the usual talking head influencers. They all have the same fucking talking points. They're all saying the same fucking thing. It's such a fucking psyop. It is a psyop to demonize anyone who is to the right of MAGA. It is a psyop to do the same old fucking validation cringe talking point of, it's not Republicans who are the real racists. It's Democrats who are the real racists. And I find the whole thing to be so disgusting. And again, I'm not necessarily like friends with many people who were involved in the Unite the Right rally. I am with some of them, not with a lot of them though. But there is no fuck off way that they were all paid by the SPLC. So why all of a sudden is this thing being turned into, let's demonize everyone who is at the Unite the Right rally? And of course they're using it to go after Nick Fuentes, even though Nick Fuentes was 18 years old and the SPLC later smeared him. So why are Republicans more hell-bent on using this whole thing with the SPLC to go after the people who were organizing the Unite the Right rally, who, by the way, some of those people have suffered quite a bit for what they did, like quite a fucking bit? Why are they more interested in going after people to the right than people to the left? That's the question I have. Why are they more interested in going after people to their right than people to their left? Why is this the big thing that they are now blowing up with all of their bullshit psyop talking points. So Owen was talking about this today. I actually don't know what he said because I wasn't watching it. And so I want to start off the show by getting the Owen take on the SPLC stuff. That's what I want to start off with. And maybe I'm going to agree with Owen and maybe I'm not, but I find Owen Shroyer to be like very, very refreshing lately. Like I really enjoy watching him. I enjoy his takes on things. Even if I don't agree with him, I really like, I find it to be like I enjoy watching Owen Shroyer. I don't enjoy watching a lot of people. I enjoy watching him. I think that he says interesting things. I think he has an interesting perspective. I think he's fun to look at. I enjoy every part of the experience. So I want to get the Owen take on the SPLC stuff. I want to hear what he has to say about it. And then after that, we will do our main event of Dean Spade and Vicky Osterweil talking about all sorts of queer bullshit. Does that sound good to everyone? Does that sound good? One in the chat if you are willing to allow me to take an Owen break before we do queer liberation. 2 in the chat if you think this sounds like a stupid idea and you don't want to do it. Let me know. I'm going to do it regardless, but I want to know who's here for it and who's not, really. Yeah, he's not wearing a white t-shirt. He's not, so, you know, that's a point against him. He could be wearing a white t-shirt, but, you know, whatever. Whatever. Okay. People are on board with the Owen break, so that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Oh, by the way, one more thing before we get started. Guys, breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Conservative retard influencer Matt Van Moron has discovered that teachers are taking Friday, May 1st off to go on strike. The MAGA influencers have discovered that the teachers in North Carolina are shutting down the school system. Breaking fucking news. Doesn't this sound like something I've been talking about for months? And I even recorded the vice president of the teachers union in North Carolina saying they were going to do this like a week ago. Didn't I record? Am I old enough to remember that I recorded this shit? Let me look at my highlight reel. Let me see. Not that one. This one. April 10th. Exclusive. Last night I recorded a leader in the teachers union in North Carolina saying they were planning to break the law and go on strike and shut down all the schools in the state as part of the May Day 2026 mass strike. Can you guys take this link that I'm putting in Twitter right now, or the chat right now? Can you guys take this link? And what I need you to do is I need you to go to this second link, which is Matt Van Moron's post. And can you guys say, hey, this sounds like something Karlyn reported a while back, you idiot. I'm even going to do it too. This sounds like something I reported almost 2 weeks ago. Way to catch up. Boom. Just saying. Okay. All right, let's get into the Owen take on the SPLC situation, and let's see what he had to say about it.
Demonstrations, marches. It's one of those issues.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit. I don't know when he started.
Where if you try to look at it and say, okay, why is this happening now?
I didn't want to do some rose gold.
And then you try to break it down in a series of events and the response. I think we have a pretty good idea of why this is happening now. And I don't think the timing was all in control as far as the DOJ is concerned. But now that they do have control of the timing, we're seeing how they're using it. So a lot of commentary on this. I'm going to try to make sense of it all today with a couple of the stories and then the responses in the media. but you're not getting the story. You're not getting the true story. And I find it incredible as all day today, it's been a top trend on X. And pretty much everybody wants to weigh in on this. Everybody wants to report on this inside the right-wing community, inside of MAGA. And yet all of them are leaving out maybe the most critical detail. Conveniently. So we're going to explain that. It's really just a wild ride, folks. It is just a wild ride. Now, Trump is speaking right now from the White House. And he's basically saying the same thing he's been saying for a year now. How he's defeated the Iranian military, how he's in total control. We've already won the war. They had a meeting at the Oval Office today about how Trump is going to lower drug prices. I think they've done that 5 times now. I think Trump has had these Oval Office press conferences, inviting the people in, doing the big show. And then
Owen talks about the SPLC.
But who is making all of the money, is profiting more off? That's MAGA. We do have more news. I'm sure.
Fast-forwarding to the SPLC stuff. Okay.
Good Lord.
No purity thing. No commercial, Owen.
Owen Shroyer.
What's going on? You know what it is? There's so much damn news. I would go here the end of this right now. It's very clear now. To me, I think it's very clear now what's happening. We'll make a prediction. We'll see. But let's just look at some of these headlines. Let's just warm it up here. Let's get loose with it. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says the SPLC is manufacturing racism to justify its existence. Now, of course, the left-wing media is claiming this isn't true. This is clearly true. This is so clearly true, it's just absolutely absurd that you're trying to deny it. But this has been the case for the last 10 years. So nothing has really changed there. The only thing that's changed is there's finally Republicans, conservatives, and administration that's willing to do something about it. That's the only thing that's changed. Or at least that's what they want you to believe, that they're going to do something about it. We shall see. Southern Poverty Law Center allegedly paid informant involved in planning Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. Now, again, the whole interpretation here is still a little confusing because there's a lot of these claims and allegations that I'm not even denying might be true or are true, but the indictments are financial crimes. That's the indictment. That's what we are pursuing here. And I think that ultimately is going to be the most important factor. And I'll explain why when I reach my conclusion or make my prediction here. But there's a lot of people that are jumping the shark. There's a lot of people that are kind of jumping to reach these other conclusions about other events, other groups, other personalities, individuals. And they're saying, oh, see, this Southern Poverty Law Center indictment proves that everything on the right that isn't neocon, everything on the right that doesn't agree with the Israel-driven foreign policy in the Middle East, now all of them are now apparently funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And so this is where it's going.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's what this is being used for. I'm not disputing that the SPLC did scandalous shit. I'm not surprised about that at all. No one with a working fucking brain is surprised by that. But that's not the point. What the right is doing is using this to demonize anyone they do not like that is to the right of their classical liberal bullshit and who doesn't support Israel. That's exactly what's going on. W. Owen, right off the bat.
Personalities, individuals, and they're saying, oh, see, this Southern Poverty Law Center indictment proves that everything on the right that isn't neocon, everything on the right that doesn't agree with the Israel-driven foreign policy in the Middle East, now all of them are now apparently funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And so this is where it's going. And then they get into these angles of the infiltrators and the massaging of different issues like, oh, it's racism and all this stuff. Now, I'm not denying that. But what is the role here when we're talking about the indictments and the financial crimes? Well, what do the politics have to do with any of that? The Southern Poverty Law Center is not being charged with any violent crimes or terrorism.
Thank you, bro.
Or anything of that nature. Nobody's charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with one of these new hate crimes.
Mm-hmm.
They're sharing this video from Charlottesville. I believe it's from Charlottesville. I was never really big into this story at the time, so I'm kind of having to review a lot of this stuff now because the whole time we knew it was fake. I'll get into that in a second. But there's this video. They're saying the Jew will not replace us, which is being totally misrepresented. What they're saying is that Jewish NGOs are the reason why we have open borders and why we're being invaded. Now, maybe we can get to that whole realm of thought or theory later. But
I can wear this ring,
notice, okay, so they're saying, see, look at these anti-Semites on the right wing. They're actually funded and run by the left wing.
Yeah.
And see, here's where this whole Jewish thing starts. Here's where this whole Israel thing starts. Well, notice nobody is going after the Southern Poverty Law Center for anti-Semitic crimes, which is all the rave right now in the Department of Justice. That's all the rage, is finding people that are anti-Semitic. That's like their number one thing. That's what they all want. That's what they're all talking about. You make an anti-Semitic remark at a college rec center, the DOJ's coming after you. You can burn buildings, incite riots, whatever. DOJ doesn't even blink. But you offend a Jewish person at a rec center, the DOJ's coming down.
Yup.
And yet, none of this gets mentioned. None of this gets mentioned in the indictment. None of it at all. And so then I notice, where is this going? Now that we're a day into this, how is this going to be used by the neocon media, which has taken control now of the entire right-wing apparatus, right-wing power structure, including but not limited to President Trump? So they're back now. They're now trying to control this narrative. And they've got all of their bots, whether they're actual humans or not, it doesn't matter. They're still bots. They're NPCs. And now they're saying, oh, everybody that's not a neocon is now funded by the left. Everybody that's not pro-Israel on the right, you're now funded by the left.
Yup.
And these are the conclusions they're reaching.
Exactly.
This is just an example here. Like they're saying, Nick Fuentes, if your favorite right-wing influencer is telling you to vote for Democrats, he's probably paid off by the SPLC. And so they're all reaching this conclusion. Of course, they like to lump me into this stuff. That's funny.
And this is like, can we just think about like the simplicity of the conservative mindset for a second? If you don't want to vote for Republicans, that means you're getting paid by Democrats. Okay, well, Republicans, what does it say about you that you have allowed a situation where millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people are being paid by Democrats just to vote against you? Let's just follow the Republican midwit perspective to its most logical conclusion. Somehow the Democrats have managed to find the money to pay off tens of millions of fucking people that would have voted for the Republicans if they weren't being paid off by the Democrats. If that actually happened and the Republicans did nothing to respond to it, isn't that like a massive dub for the Democrats? It's like, okay, well, you know what? You played the game better. You understood the rules of the game. You understood the parameters of the game. You hustled your ass off to get hundreds of millions of dollars just to pay people to vote for you and not for the Republicans. And you did it in a way where the Republicans did absolutely nothing to respond to you except go, the only reason that someone's voting for a Democrat is because they're literally paid. And that didn't change anything because everyone voted for Democrats anyway. And then Democrats gained power and they did whatever the fuck they wanted. It's like a little league team going up against a professional team. It's like you pat them on the head, you make them believe that they actually can score a goal. Maybe you even let them get a goal in just to make them feel good. And then you score 37 goals in the first quarter or like whatever half. I don't even know what soccer is anymore. You score like 37 goals in like the first 20 minutes of the game, and it's all over and everyone knows it's all over, but you let the retards on the other side score a goal just so they felt good about themselves. It's like, can we use our fucking brains here for a moment? W Shikalago, thank you so much for the membership. There are many, many, many reasons why people might not want to vote for Republicans and, quite frankly, might want Republicans to suffer that has nothing to do with being paid off by Democrats. I promise you. In fact, let me just ask my chat. I know my chat is not representative of anything, but let me ask my chat. One in the chat, if you plan to either not vote or vote Democrat because you hate Republicans. 2 in the chat if you're voting for Republicans because they're the lesser of two evils. Let me just ask. 1 in the chat if you are planning on either abstaining from voting or voting for another party that is not Republican because you are pissed off at Republicans. 2 in the chat if you're going to vote for Republicans because they're still the lesser of two evils. Yeah, James Fishback doesn't count. He's an exception. He doesn't count. We have the James Fishback exception. You're allowed to vote for him. You are also allowed to vote for Spencer Pratt. I don't know if is he running as a Republican? I really hope Spencer Pratt becomes the next mayor of Los Angeles. That would be, you know what? If Spencer Pratt, side note, if Spencer Pratt becomes the next mayor of Los Angeles, who the fuck saw that coming? Like, Spencer and Heidi won. Spencer and Heidi, of all people, came out on top of that entire situation. Who the fuck saw that coming? Like, yeah, I guess you guys can vote for Dan Bilzerian too. Yeah, I guess you can vote for him. So anyway, my point is that most of the people, the majority of people who just answered that poll in my chat are planning on either abstaining from voting or they are going to vote for a different party than Republicans because Republicans, you can go fuck yourself. You've betrayed us on every fucking level. And honestly, to continue to go out and push this fucking lie, the only reason you would be against Republicans is you're literally getting paid by Democrats. You just added another reason to the fucking list why I will never vote for Republicans again. It will never happen. I will never vote for Republicans until the Groypers take over the GOP and Nick Fuentes is the nominee for president. Then I will vote for Republicans. I will not vote for them before.
So I see what's happening. All right, now let's draw back. You've probably seen the videos from InfoWars, and I don't know if there was anyone else at the time that was calling it out like InfoWars was, because it's such a different world now. Really, up until about 2021, InfoWars was so ahead of everybody else.
I mean, I guess it's good that the SPLC is gone, Chris. I just hate the propaganda that is ensuing after that. I'm not a fan of the SPLC. I don't care if the SPLC is gone. But my broader point is about the propaganda that's coming out of this that is just not true.
That there was really nothing else like it. But then kind of after COVID and after Trump and after the stolen election, that was kind of this mass awakening process. Musk takes over X, and now you've kind of got a reaffirmation of independent media and free speech. So a lot of people started to catch up and understand this stuff. But at the time, it was still InfoWars at the front of the line. At the time, it was still InfoWars miles ahead of everybody else. So you're seeing these clips from InfoWars, myself included, at the time in 2017, when the Charlottesville riot happened, we were going on the airwaves saying, this is a false flag. This is left-wing infiltrated, funded false flags to draw attention to this element of the right wing, and then to make that seem like this is the dominant element of the right wing. This is what Trump represents, and then use that against Trump. And so we were calling it out day one. And I can't help but also notice today that people are looking back at the James Fields situation, and they're saying, wow, he got a raw deal. He should have not been put in prison. I was saying that day one. So what's the point? The point is that there has been knowledge of this. And in 2017, when Charlottesville happened, Trump was the president. So all of this happened under Trump.
Real.
Let's be very clear about that.
Fucking real.
All of this happened under Donald Trump. And Trump's DOJ at the time could have done an investigation right then. They could have done all these indictments, and it wouldn't have just been the Southern Poverty Law Center. You could have looked at all the Soros money. And really, this should be happening today. This is what Pam Bondi said she was going to do. She didn't. Now she's gone. So now Todd Blanche is saying, okay, he's going after the SPLC. That's one part of the picture. That's one piece of the puzzle here, of the Soros money and the networks. Trump was posting about Act Blue today. You got Media Matters. You got all of these different groups. You got all of these different shell companies. You got all of this Soros money. The SPLC is one piece of that puzzle. So this is what they want to focus on. They could have done it in 2017. They could have done it in 2018. They could have done it in 2019.
So fucking real.
2020, I guess, with COVID and everything else, we just kind of don't even look at that as a real world. The Trump administration could have already done all of this with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they didn't. So why are they doing it now? Well, maybe it's for a good reason. Maybe they're finally wanting to investigate this stuff. Maybe Pam Bondi was really holding it back. Maybe Blanche is serious. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I think the two things that matter right now in this kind of let's wait and see phase are the actual indictments, which are for financial crimes, not terrorism, not hate crimes, financial crimes. So keep that in mind. If that's where these charges end, I think that's going to be a very important element. And dare I even say, I don't think anybody's going to jail.
Yeah, probably not. Because it's all about PR. It's not about putting anyone in jail.
I don't think anybody's going to jail. My prediction is at the end of this, there's going to be fines, and that's probably it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong about that. I'd love to see this go all the way. I'd love to see all the Soros money get tracked and traced. I'd love to see all these different left-wing groups and their shell companies and how they infiltrate different groups and how they cause these different events and fund them and everything else. We've been crying about this for a long time. We've been calling this out. We've been demanding action for a long time. And then this is what we get, these financial crimes. But that's all we have right now. So that's all we can go with. Everything else is an assumption. Everything else is jumping to a conclusion that just there isn't even a starting point for. So I don't think if this is where it ends, I don't think anybody.
I know. Like who knew that Owen Shroyer would turn out to be the hero we needed. Dragon Balls. Owen is our nuanced, beautiful, manly man whom we love when he is right. Just cut. No, I disagree. I disagree with you on the hair. I think the hair looks great. I think the hair looks great. I think he looks better in a white t-shirt than he does in a dark shirt. But that's okay. He still looks good in the dark t-shirt too. It's fine. It's fine. But I think he needs to keep the hair. I think he looks better with the hair. I dispute the hair claim.
He's going to jail. I don't think anything is going to be stopped. You're just going to have some fines, a slap on the wrist, and then say, see, we did something. So then what's the other side? The other side, outside of the legal aspect of this, is, well, what's happening in the commentary world? What's happening in the political world? What is the direction of this
doesn't count.
as far as political discussion is concerned? Well, they all want to talk about how this proves that it was
okay. Let me ask you guys this. Okay, we're gonna do this. Is gonna be a complicated poll, but I'm actually curious about the result. Okay, this is a complicated poll. Okay, 1 in the chat if you are a straight woman and you want Owen to cut his hair. 2 in the chat if you are a straight woman and you want him to keep his hair the way it is. 3 in the chat if you are a gay man and you want him to cut his hair. 4 in the chat if you are a gay man and you want him to leave it the way it is. And if you are not in one of those 4 categories, don't answer the poll. This is only for people in those categories. 1 in the chat if you are a straight woman and you want him to cut his hair. 2 in the chat if you are a straight woman and you want him to keep his hair the way it is. 3 in the chat if you are a gay man and you want him to cut his hair. 4 in the chat if you are a gay man and you want him to keep his hair the way it is. Yeah, look at all those 2s. Exactly. The straight women want him to keep his hair the way it is. Stay out of it, homos. Stay out of it. Gay men are not allowed an opinion on this topic. The straight women overrule the gay men on the topic of Owen Shroyer's hair. Owen is not allowed to cut his hair. It needs to stay the way it is. Don't listen to gay men, Owen. Don't listen to gay men.
Left wing behind a lot of this far right extremist stuff, which there's no doubt some truth to that. But again, people are leaping to conclusions, and now they're saying, see, this proves that the Patriot Front was also left wing. This proves that the Patriot Front is fake,
actually,
and that the Patriot Front was funded. Well, there's no evidence of that.
There's no evidence.
Simply no evidence of that exists, except you're just reaching this conclusion because of what we saw with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. There has been nothing linking this to the Patriot Front.
Right again.
So if and when I see that, I'll report on it. But I have not seen that. And I'm seeing all of these people now jump to these conclusions. But it doesn't stop with Patriot Front. They're now leaping to these conclusions, and they're saying,
I'm sure
any individual that is in the right-wing sphere of influence or commentary, any individual that in the right that isn't a neocon and that isn't loyal to Israel, now they're saying, oh, all of them are funded by the SPLC.
Yep.
Now they're saying, see, all of them, we told you they were leftists. We told you they were all fake MAGA. Zero evidence of that. None. Now,
evidence
I can only speak for myself. So when they include me in these theories, obviously I know that's not true. But I feel pretty confident. Some of the other names that they're listing, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, you name it, I'm pretty confident that they're not getting any left-wing money either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
I'd probably be willing to bet on that. And I guess even saying that on the show is kind of a bet. I don't think they're going to tie any of this money to any of these individuals. Someone pointed out yesterday, too, of all the people that Trump has disavowed, he hasn't disavowed Fuentes.
Fingers are red now because the nail polish.
Okay.
Yeah, he hasn't disavowed Nick Fuentes.
So that's where we're at now. So if I'm making a prediction, if I'm reaching a conclusion, I don't think anyone's going to jail.
Nope.
I think they'll pay some fines. And then as far as the actual agenda here, whether it's through the Southern Poverty Law Center or the ADL or Act Blue or all of these other groups, I don't think any of it's going to get shut down.
Probably not.
I don't think there's any moves here to shut any of it down. I don't think there's any moves here to put anybody in prison. So my guess is you'll have, a nice ongoing story here, maybe some twists, some turns, some dramas, some conclusions, some commentary. At the end of the day, there'll probably just be some fines.
Yup.
There'll probably just be some
nothing
fines,
burger.
and
Nothing ever changes.
the people that fund these groups will have absolutely no problem paying these fines, and they'll still be much richer than you or I.
True.
So I'm not really sure what the deal here is. That's what it looks like to me. But then they're going to use these indictments because they're just getting crushed. I mean, let's just be honest, folks. You're now in the real domestic political warfare is happening between the Trump administration, its cult
No more red
followers,
fingers.
and then truth tellers in the media. So it's kind of the same story. It's the truth tellers that get the most persecution, the most attacks, and then it's the corrupt establishment that's the source for all of it. And so now that's the White House, that's the Trump administration, that's the Trump bootlickers and cultists, and then there's the truth tellers that now they're using this story to say, see, we told you all of these were fake, all of these were left-wing, all of these were funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, and none of it's true. So it really, at this point, I hate to say it,
I think someone said this morning on my Twitter, and it was actually really spot on correct. They said, oh, so I get it. The SPLC is the new George Soros. And unironically, the SPLC was funded by George Soros. The SPLC is a progressive organization. It's not actually a far left organization at all. The SPLC was funded by George Soros. And it's funny because this is what we're going to hear now. Every time someone says something that the neocon, MAGA, retard establishment doesn't like, they're going to say, well, they're funded by the SPLC. They're funded by the SPLC. They're paid protesters. They're paid to say this. It's like the same thing over and over and over again.
it looks like this is going to be used as a political weapon against the dissident right and not the terrorist left.
Obviously.
So there's my bold prediction, if you will. There's my conclusion that I'm seeing just from watching how this has developed in the last 24 hours.
Script has
so
dropped.
all financial crimes, unlikely jail time, probably some fines, nothing is going to get shut down. And then they're going to use this story not to destroy the radical left, but to go after the dissident right and just kind of use the color, the air, the atmosphere of these indictments to just claim that anybody on the right wing that's not a neocon and not loyal to Israel is therefore a left-wing SPLC-funded, fake map.
Exactly.
That's what this looks like it's going to turn into. And I don't really think that that's too far-fetched.
Hang on. I just want to see him do that again.
Fake map. That's what this looks like it's going to turn into. And I don't really think that that's too far-fetched of a conclusion to reach, because that's all we've got. Who does Trump rail against the most? The dissident right or the radical left? Trump rails against the dissident right harder than he rails against the radical left.
Yes.
So you don't think the administration is going to represent that same attitude, represent that same direction? Okay. Now, there's one thing. There's one thing missing from all of this coverage. One thing. And you can go look into this for yourself if you've already been following this story today. You've already seen this. Folks, I'm talking about hundreds of individuals and news outlets covering this Southern Poverty Law Center story.
Yes. And this is what really pisses me off too. The amount of conservative influencers that have jumped on this is fucking mind-blowing.
Hundreds. It's the biggest story in the right-wing media. Go pull up any big influential right-wing account, MAGA account, pull them all up, and you're going to find this Southern Poverty Law Center story. And do you know what? Not a single one of them is reporting. So far today, I believe I'm the only one that has reported this. And I'm not trying to make some sort of exclusive claim here. This is public information. Anybody could have found this information. It's not even hard to find. It's a 2-second search. And yet not a single person, not a single story, not a single commentator, talk show host, social media, whatever you want to say, not a single person has told you what I'm about to tell you. Not one of the thousands, not one, who was running the Southern Poverty Law Center at the time of relevancy for these indictments. Who was running it? Who was running it and who was funding it? Can anybody answer that question? And why wouldn't that be the top story? Why wouldn't you be talking about the individual who was running it? Isn't that where the criminal activity is happening? Isn't that the criminal mastermind
That might be a
of
good
this
idea.
SPLC financial allegations of crimes? Wouldn't it be the leader?
One would think.
Wouldn't it be the person running it? And yet nobody wants to say their name? Sure, we've all heard of George Soros. We've all heard of George Soros. We know about his background. And he was funding it. But who was running it? Have you seen? I'm asking you. Oh, I'm doing a total tease. I'm doing a lengthened tease of this, a buildup of this right now. Has a single person told you the name of who was running the Southern Poverty Law Center? Has one person reported on the guy's name? Have you ever heard of his name? His name is Richard Cohen.
Sounds Jewish.
Okay. His name is Richard Cohen. And, you know, this is where you get into trouble these days.
That was a bagel. Yeah.
This is where you're not allowed to tell the truth these days on the right wing. This is where the woke right speech police come in here and tell you to shut up. But let's just call it as it is. Let's just tell the truth. Richard Cohen was the one running the Southern Poverty Law Center. Richard Cohen is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you might say,
we love Jews.
Well, why does that matter? Well, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but that's a fact.
Yep.
That is a fact. So when I see all of this stuff about look what the left was doing, look what the left was doing to stir up anti-Semitism, the guy that ran it was Jewish. But you're going to leave that fact out, huh? Of course you are. It's not too convenient for your narrative. Kind of gives people like Nick Fuentes a little credence, doesn't it? Guess you don't like that. How many people, it's a genuine question, because for me it's zero. How many people have said the name Richard Cohen in the last 24 hours? Has a single one done it? And yet all of these MAGA commentators are going to sit here today and tell you, see, the left wing is causing the anti-Semitism on the right. The left wing is funding all of these right-wingers that aren't neocons and aren't loyal to Israel. The left wing is doing it. Name him. His name is Richard Cohen, and he's Jewish. So if your logic is that liberals want to infiltrate right-wing groups to make right-wingers look extremist, why can't you say, well, maybe Jewish people are infiltrating these groups to make certain people look extremist, or to make certain movements or groups of people look anti-Semitic or extremist, so they can come in on the back end and say, look at these haters, look at these anti-Semites. We need the DOJ. We need censorship. We need arrests. So you're okay when you can say, oh, it's liberals, it's left-wingers doing that. But, oh, if it's a Jewish person doing that, you're not allowed.
Uh-huh.
You're not allowed to do that.
Exactly.
That's weird. That's odd, and yet it's all true. Nobody can deny anything I said here was not true. Nobody can say anything I said today is not a fact. Yet nobody wants to say it. Nobody. Not a single one. It's amazing, isn't it? Simply incredible.
It's utterly predictable. In fact, it's utterly predictable. All right, we have the Owen take. I agree with Owen. I thought that I probably would. I thought that he would probably be one of the only people talking sense on the internet. And yeah, he was. Agree with the Owen take. Appreciate the Owen haircut. That was really good. Now let's get to our queer stuff, okay? We got our dessert first. And now we got to eat the vegetables, and we're going to watch queer activism. Who is ready to watch some queer activism with me? 1 in the chat if you have never watched queer activism with me before. 2 in the chat if you've done this a couple times. 1 in the chat if this will be your first time watching real queer activists with me. 2 in the chat if you've done this a time or 2 before. What the fuck does 3 mean, bot? Mostly. It looks like pretty much all 2s. There are no 1s. Everyone has watched queer activism with me before. No, we got a 1. Shikalago, you've never watched queer activism with me before? Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Well, guys, we are going to get into this. This is about an hour-long podcast episode that mutual aid expert Dean Spade, and he's a queer activist as well, or they, them, sorry. They're both they, thems. They, them is a queer activist talking with Vicky Osterweil, the author of In Defense of Looting, who is also a queer activist, who has gained a fuck ton of weight since that photo was taken. This is brand new. This is brand new, bro. Brand new. Hot off the presses. April 16th. 375 views. In fact, Dean Spade and Vicky Osterweil should be thanking us because we're about to give them way more views than they would have had otherwise. So let's get this party started, guys. We are moving into kind of the classroom part of our show today. If I teach you something today, if I entertain you in any way, please feel free to gift out some channel memberships to the chat. Actually, let me tell you guys this first. We have an epic spy stream tomorrow. We have an unmatched spy stream tomorrow. You guys are all going to want to come to spy stream tomorrow. We will not be doing a 5 p.m. stream because we will be doing a spy stream starting at 5:30 p.m. So people who are members of the YouTube channel will get access to Spy Stream. If you're a member on my Substack, you'll get an invitation. If you're my locals, my Patreon, a subscriber on Twitter, you will all get invited to Spy Stream, which will start at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Or excuse me, 5:30 p.m. Maybe I'll start it a little earlier just for shits and giggles, but it will start in earnest at 5:30 p.m. Yeah, well, we'll talk about that. We are going to be going inside a far left gender ideology talk with the patron saint of gender ideology at a college. That's really more information than I should be giving you, but I want you guys to understand how fucking awesome this spy stream is going to be. When we're spy streaming things, we're going into live leftist meetings. These are normally not meetings that will end up streamed on the internet. Yes way, Reagan. These are meetings that I have to get their private information for, and I have it. We literally watch these things live. And you guys know, we do spy streams all the time. If I am telling you, you need to be on tomorrow's spy stream because we're going to see some crazy shit, this is almost a guarantee that the person we are watching tomorrow is going to say some crazy shit. Okay? So 5:30 tomorrow on the channel. If you want to come, you need to become a YouTube channel member, a paid subscriber on my Substack, a subscriber on my locals Patreon, Twitter subscriber. Pick one, pick whichever one works for you, and that will get you in. And if you really, really, really want to help us out, help me get to 100 new gifted channel memberships today. If I'm teaching you something, if I'm explaining something in a way you haven't heard before, if I'm making you laugh, if I'm making you cry, if you want to see me almost topless on the internet, I did promise I would post a spicy picture at some point if we get to our 100 channel memberships today. This is as close to OnlyFans as I'm ever going to get. So this could be like your only chance to kind of see my boobs on the internet. So if we get to 100 channel memberships today, I will do something spicy and ridiculous at some point. And that's all I'm going to say. I made the promise earlier in the stream. If you missed it, I did say I would do it. And if you guys get me to 100 channel memberships, this is the only time I will whore myself out on the internet. So take advantage of it. All right. Anyway, we are going into it. This is I'm a very serious professional, by the way. I just so we're all clear. I am a very serious professional. Yeah, should I launch OnlyFascist.com? No, you won't, because you can see my nipples through the shirt. You're gonna Okay. I'm a very serious professional on the internet. W, Alex. W. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. See, now we're going to know who are all the horny bastards on the channel. Alex has just outed himself. Okay. I am a very serious professional on the internet. We're going to watch this video. We are now taking it seriously. Everyone stop having fun. No more fun allowed. We are now, is everyone taking this seriously? 1 in the chat if you're taking this seriously. 2 in the chat if you're not. Let me know. 1 in the chat if you're locking in. We are taking this activity seriously. We are listening to 2 of the most influential queer activists in the country. Oh, by the way, after Spy Stream tomorrow, we're going to watch Kino Casino. Just so everyone knows. I will be doing a public stream tomorrow, but it'll be after Spy Stream, and it'll be the Kino Casino, coming back after PPP's unfortunate vacation to talk about the Kino Casino. Okay, we're locked in. We're locked in. Okay, we're getting started now.
I'm Dean Spade. Welcome back to Love in a Fucked Up World, where we talk about how
Dean
to build
Spade
and
looks
sustain
old.
strong connections, because our resistance movement.
Do you guys know that Dean Spade and I are pretty much the same age? Look how much older Dean Spade looks than I do. That's fucking. I do not look like that. I don't have. See, this is where we have to do skincare, guys. We have to do skincare. Otherwise, all of your eyes become wrinkled and you look fucking old.
Are made of our relationships and are only as strong as they are. Before I dive into this new episode, I want to let you know about something we're working on that I'm
I
very
killed the
excited
channel
about.
memberships now. You
About
guys
a
are
year
like,
ago, I
"Karlyn,
got a
don't do it."
critical
I'm
and
like, "That's
thoughtful
probably a
letter
better
from an
idea."
imprisoned reader, Corey, who I met through study and struggle. Corey shared how much he wished that my book, Love in a Fucked Up
No,
World, had actually directly
because remember, Dean Spade was in college in 1999 when that documentary we saw. This is how I know how old Dean Spade was in college when that 1999 queer liberation documentary was filmed. So I was in college in 1999. I was a freshman in college in 1999. So we're around the same age.
address the obstacles people face when having relationships across prison walls.
So
It inspired me to make a new
older
kind
than
of
me,
episode
like, a
where I
little
recorded a bunch of different interviews with people who have worked through relationship
is almost
struggles
50,
across
so
prison
I'm old.
walls, and including people who've had their relationships transition when somebody gets out. I started doing these interviews, and of course soon I had like so much material that we're actually making 2 episodes, and the episodes are a bit different than usual because instead of being one interview, it's kind of more like a documentary movie where we're editing together interviews with lots of different people. Hope and Kelsey have been working on this very intensively with me, and we'll be releasing some of the longer footage that won't make it into the episodes on our Patreon in the coming months for people who want to go deeper with this. I'm so excited that we're going to be able to share the first of these 2 episodes about relating across the prison walls before we go on our summer break. I actually think there's not enough out there for people to talk through the really specific stressors that are added to relationships where somebody's locked up and where the prison system is controlling people's communications in very particular, really awful, inhumane ways. And so I'm hopeful that this will be a really good resource for everybody who is in those relationships and also help inspire more people to become friends and pen pals with people who are inside. I want to invite everybody to join the Patreon at patreon.com/Dean Spade. You can choose free or paid memberships. There's a lot of cute stuff going on there. And I want to give really huge thanks to people who are already our paid Patreon members. Our podcast has been out for almost an entire year.
Okay,
Or
okay. No
sent to Cutie.
advertising. Dean.
CLAGS is an organization
Yo,
supported
it's
live
associated
in
with
an event
CLAGS.
organized by the Center for Lesbian and Gay Studies, which some of us call CLAGS, at the City University of New York, also called CUNY. CLAGS is an organization very near and dear to my heart. The public conversations organized by CLAGS
I
about
saw you
queer
notice that,
liberation
Reagan.
and HIV/AIDS helped shape my politics starting in the 1990s. And I was a board member of CLAGS in the early 2000s. I
Oh,
just
yeah?
have always been a huge fan. There's
Board
sort of
member of
nothing like
CLAGS.
CLAGS in terms of its existence at a public university that is also a site of like long-term historical struggle, putting out ideas that are about queer and trans radical resistance.
Very
So it was a
leftist
delight to be
university.
invited to collaborate with CLAGS on this event. And you can see the whole video on our YouTube or CLAGS YouTube. And you might want to check out that video because it has ASL interpretation, which is not included in this edited conversation.
Uh-oh.
So when CLAGS asked me who I'd like to invite to a conversation marking Trans Day visibility, I did not hesitate to name my heart's desire, Vicky Osterweil, whose work has been so influential to me and who, as you'll hear in our conversation, I consider an oracle and an answer key. Vicky's 2022 book, In
An
Defense of Looting,
oracle.
is something I teach every year. It's a book I turn back to regularly
Yo!
for inspiration. in
Oh,
these very
okay,
hard
okay,
times.
okay. Hang on. Dean Spade just said that they them teaches the book In Defense of Looting every year. Where does Dean Spade teach? Does anyone know? I know Ding 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 knows it over on Rumble because he said it earlier. Pop quiz. Where is Dean Spade teaching the book In Defense of Looting? You guys are going to love this. If you don't know the answer to this, you're going to love the answer to this, but I know people know. Where is Dean Spade teaching the book In Defense of Looting? The Seattle University School of Law. Dean Spade is a professor at the Law School of Seattle University, where they them teaches the book In Defense of Looting every single year. You're welcome.
His work has been so influential to me and who, as you'll hear in our conversation, I consider an oracle and an answer key. Vicky's 2022 book, In Defense of Looting, is something I teach every year. It's a book I turn back to regularly for inspiration in these very hard times, and probably the single book I most often recommend that other people read. And now Vicky has a wonderful new book just released this month called The Extended Universe: How Disney Killed the Movies and Took Over the World. I was reading an advanced copy of this book all this fall, and I learned so much from it. I was so excited to get to talk to Vicky about it during this conversation. This event is also our first live recording of an episode of my podcast, Love in a Fucked Up World. And so I'm really excited to get to do the podcast with a live audience and get to answer questions in the moment. And thanks to everybody for being part of this collaborative experiment. And especially thank you, Vicky, and welcome to the podcast.
Thank you. It's really great to be here. I'm a big fan of the podcast. So yeah, just excited to be here with you and overwhelmed by the praise that is a reflection of, I think just also being part of movement and listening and just reflecting back to people what they've already learned and taught me. So thank you so much. And that goes for you as well. Much of your work is similarly reflected. So thank you.
Thank you. Because I'm obsessed with your book, In Defense of Looting, and it feels so deeply relevant to the times, I wondered if we might start our discussion there. I think of the thesis in Defense of Looting and also the specific chapters so frequently. Obviously, today is March 31st. We've just passed a weekend of No Kings events where there's a really, strong public narrative through those protests coming from political officials and other speakers, often calling for law and order, calling for us to be a nation of laws and fighting back against Trump's.
Oh! Pop quiz for the chat. Where is Dean Spade going with this? Before I let Dean Spade finish, I want to see who's paying attention. Dean Spade just said, this is right after the No Kings protest, and now all of these political people are talking about upholding the law. Where is Dean Spade going with this? What is Dean Spade going to say next? Let me see how much you guys have been paying attention. It's very predictable what Dean Spade is going to say next if you understand what they them believes. We do not support the police. We are in favor of the abolition of the police. The law is representative of capitalism because the police are the enforcers of capitalism. They're using the police to protect capitalism. Upholding, not exactly that. No, they're not going to say that. The police are the protectors of capitalism. The laws are created to uphold capitalism. No Kings was mostly a progressive protest. They don't subscribe to radical revolutionary politics. Dean wants the government overthrown. Dean wants the prison industrial complex abolished. Dean wants cops abolished. Yes, he is disavowing liberals. Yes, he is not in favor of the talking points that came out of the No Kings protest. He is disavowing the liberals and progressives that organized the No Kings protest. Now let's listen to it and see if you guys are right.
So frequently, obviously, today is March 31st. We've just passed a weekend of No Kings events where there's a really, strong public narrative through those protests coming from political officials and other speakers, often calling for law and order, calling for us to be a nation of laws and fighting back against Trump's fascism, and encouraging people to be law-abiding. And I heard the word decency a lot in the speeches that I heard recorded. So that kind of conversation about how we resist is a very dominant one in this time in which more people are actually considering engaging in resistance. And I wondered if we might...
How do we resist these people who are saying we have to maintain law and order? How do we create a resistance movement when all of these people are pushing this narrative of we have to support law and order? That's basically what they them just said.
Talk about that a bit, if you would be willing to reflect on how the thesis of indefensive looting relates to some of the kinds of developments we're seeing in
Vicky.
terms of the
Please
increase in
comment.
law enforcement, in particular immigration enforcement in the U.S., increasing resistance to that, increasing mutual aid efforts, and these discourses about nonviolence and pacifism.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, simultaneous to those events happening, I think maybe literally to the hour, but probably, I think with the time difference a little bit off, the Israeli Knesset was passing a law making it legal for them to execute Palestinians in their power. Explicitly Palestinians, right? So, I mean, that's legal now. That's terrifying. And I'm sorry to start on that kind of a note when we're talking about resistance, but I think it is illustrative. Similarly, today on Trans Day Visibility, the Supreme Court here in the US, as people probably know, set down a ruling making it legal to do conversion therapy. Much of what Trump does has been legal, obviously, and some of it hasn't been. And those distinctions...
The law is upholding oppression. The capitalist state, whether it be the capitalist state of Israel or the capitalist state of the United States, because they believe both Israel and the United States are capitalist states, the capitalist states are upholding laws that are literally oppressing us. Why would we be supporting the upholding of our own oppression? That is the argument. Listen.
About resistance, but I think it is illustrative. Similarly, today on Trans Day Visibility, the Supreme Court here in the US, as people probably know, set down a ruling making it legal to do conversion therapy. Much of what Trump does has been legal, obviously, and some of it hasn't been. And those distinctions, I think, are increasingly, obviously to everyone, not meaningful, because it's what he can do. It's illegal for him to declare a war. So he just barely remembers to call the events in Iran a military, mission, whatever the word is. And he can't even hold it together for a variety of reasons that we all are forced to know about him and his psyche. But I think the fundamental thesis of the book, for folks who haven't read it, is that looting and property destruction and rioting has been a crucial part of liberation movements in America and in the world through the whole duration of capitalism. And it is explicitly an anti-police, anti-white supremacist tactic when it is deployed, particularly in...
Okay. So Vicky here is explaining the basic premise of the book In Defense of Looting, which again was very well known in 2020 when it came out during the Black Lives Matter riot. I just want to really go through and explain the premise of why the far left supports looting. And I want to just break this down for people who are unfamiliar with this concept. Okay, listen.
Variety of reasons that we all are forced to know about him and his psyche. But I think like the fundamental thesis of the book for folks who haven't read it is that looting and property destruction and rioting has been a crucial part of liberation movements in America and in the world through the whole duration of capitalism.
For as long as capitalism has existed, looting and destruction and riots have been a key part of the movement to overthrow the capitalist system. Because capitalism is defined as private property ownership. Looting is the taking and destruction of private property ownership. It is a rebellion against the capitalist class. Therefore, looting and rioting and destruction are a key part of the overall strategy in the revolution against the capitalist system. Does everyone understand? When the left is talking about capitalism, they are talking explicitly about private property ownership. By private property ownership, they mean your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small. Looting targets private businesses. Doesn't matter if they're Black-owned businesses, because if a Black person owns a private business, they are white, because whiteness means capitalism. We'll talk about that later. It also means parental rights over your kids. That's another thing it means. But the only definition the left has of capitalism is private property ownership. If you're going to survive on this channel, you have to memorize this. Capitalism means private property ownership, and all of these systems and institutions that uphold private property ownership. These people want to abolish capitalism, which means abolish private property ownership. And one of the key strategies that they are using to abolish private property ownership or capitalism is looting, destruction, and riots. And that's why Vicky Osterweil wrote a book in 2020 called In Defense of Looting, because the BLM riots and the BLM uprising and all that bullshit all throughout the 2020 Summer of Love, that was not about race or skin color. It was about overthrowing the capitalist system. If you do not understand this, you do not understand the left. Let's continue.
And it is explicitly an anti-police, anti-white supremacist tactic when
Looting is an anti-police, anti-white supremacist tactic. Vicky is saying it's an anti-police tactic because the police are the protectors of private property. The police are the protectors of capitalism, the managers of capitalism. And them is saying it's a white supremacist tactic because whiteness means capitalism. It is not a reference to skin color. It is a reference to who is the owner of the private property. Looting tries to usurp capitalism by overthrowing the ownership class.
Is deployed, particularly in uprisings for racial liberation, not every single time it occurs. And then sort of, I think
Okay, we're just going to listen to this one more time, and then we're going to let them continue to talk. But I really want people to understand this. One in the chat if you understand what I just explained, two in the chat if you have questions. And if you have a question, please ask, but I want to know who is still confused. Because we're gonna listen to it again, but I really want you guys to hear this. One in the chat if you understand, two in the chat if you're confused, and if you're confused, ask a question. If you don't ask a question, I can't give you an answer. That's the way it goes. Okay, whole bunch of ones. Let's listen again.
For a variety of reasons that we all are forced to know about him and his psyche. But I think like the fundamental thesis of the book for folks who haven't read it is that looting and property destruction and rioting has been a crucial part of liberation movements in America and in the world through the whole duration of capitalism. And it is explicitly an anti-police, anti-white supremacist tactic when it is deployed, particularly in uprisings for racial liberation, not every single time it occurs. And then sort of I think the concomitant argument that's being made is that the political action that really changes the world is usually, not always, the change of the world for the better, that changes the world toward in liberatory directions, is how I want to say this, tends to come from crowds of people moving, operating with either passive or active disregard and disdain for the law and the limits of what is possible, according to polite.
Revolutions to change the world or to liberate the world from the oppressive system of capitalism usually comes from groups of people operating collectively to break the law, because the law, the police, the system that we have upholds the capitalist order. When large groups of people openly break the law by going on looting sprees and rioting and all that crap, it is an act of revolution against the capitalist order.
Not every single time it occurs. And then sort of I think the concomitant argument that's being made is that the political action that really changes the world is usually, not always, the change of the world for the better, that changes the world toward in liberatory directions, is how I want to say this, tends to come from crowds of people moving, operating with either passive or active disregard and disdain for the law and the limits of what is possible, according to polite society, and in the name of an ethical and liberatory framework of, I don't know, freedom for sexual expression, bodily autonomy, the abolition of whiteness, of police, of prisons and property. And so
the abolition of whiteness, police, prisons, and property. Those all mean the same thing. The abolition of whiteness, of the police, of prisons, and of property, that all means the same thing, guys. Capitalism is whiteness, capitalism is the police, capitalism are the prisons, and capitalism is private property. Them is saying all the things that are similar and related at the same time. Whiteness is not the outlier here. Whiteness is the same as the police. Whiteness is the same as prisons. Whiteness is the same as private property. That is why all of those words are being used together at the same time. Does everyone understand this? One in the chat if you understand, two in the chat if you're confused. All of these words mean the same thing. They are all references to the capitalist system. They are the tentacles of capitalism. This is a really great way to think about it. Karlyn, why do they use 9,000 different words to mean capitalism? They're talking about a different aspect of capitalism. They're talking about a different tentacle of capitalism. The police are the managers of private property. Whiteness is the system of racism that was created by capitalism. The prison industrial complex enforces the capitalist order. Private property ownership is capitalism. If we go back, even a couple moments before this, they're talking about sexual freedom and bodily autonomy. Gender was created by capitalism. Bodily oppression was created by capitalism by forcing women to do birthing people to do the unpaid labor of having and raising the next generation of proletarian workers. These are all references to different aspects of capitalism. It is not just about race. People who are obsessed with race, focusing on the whiteness bit, the whiteness bit for them is no different than any other bit. It's no different than climate change. It's no different than abortion. It's no different than gender. It's no different than queer. It's no different than disability. It's no different than any other fucking tentacle. That it's no different than pro-Palestine. It's no different than anti-Zionism. It's no different than, what else? Anti-ICE, anti-border. It's no different to the left. They are all tentacles that are upholding the capitalist order. People who are obsessed with race think that, oh my God, the left is all about race. No. It's just another fucking tentacle. It's just another thing. Make sense? No. No, that is your interpretation. They believe that all of the problems that they don't like in society were created by capitalism. They're not going and saying, how do we twist this to be anti-capitalist? That's not what they're doing. They believe that all of the problems were created by capitalism to begin with. That is what we're talking about. I have made about 8,000 videos on this topic. I answer this fucking question every fucking day of my life. I am summoning my chi to answer this question again for the 3,000th time this week. They call it whiteness because it is a reference to the system of slavery that was created in the United States when the European colonists and/or Jews, but that doesn't really seem to matter. It was created when the European colonists brought the black people to the United States. Prior to them bringing the Africans to the United States, the Europeans did not refer to themselves as white. They referred to themselves as Irish or French or British or Spanish or Jewish or any of these other things, but they didn't refer to them as white. The Africans also did not refer to themselves as black. The system of white and black was created when the Europeans and the, mostly Jews brought these slaves from Africa to the United States, and they needed to create a category for the ownership class. The ownership class was called white. The owned class, the property class, because slavery is a system of private property ownership, was called black. It is not a reference to skin color. It is a reference to the white people are the owners of the slave. The black people are the owned. They are the private property. Also, we just watched a presentation yesterday, literally yesterday, in which they were explicitly saying that poor white people were considered black or proletariat because they didn't own private property, whereas rich black people were considered to be white because they were the private property owners. The system of slavery, which is created in capitalism. Capitalism created slavery. Slavery is the ownership of people as private property. Slavery, like literally. So bro, it's not your fault you hadn't heard me say it before, but you have to understand, I answer this question every fucking day of my life. It is a reference to the property owning class because capitalism created the property owning class and the class of property that was owned. According to every leftist activist that talks about this issue, black people can be white too if those black people are the owners of property. Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy for this explicit reason. The left talks about multiracial whiteness for this specific reason. It was never a reference to skin color. It was a reference to who owns the property.
The abolition of whiteness of police, and the way to say this, tends to come from crowds of people moving, operating with either passive or active disregard and disdain for the law and the limits of what is possible according to a polite society, and in the name of an ethical and liberatory framework of freedom for sexual expression, bodily autonomy, the abolition of whiteness of police, of prisons and property. And so when I look at sort of No Kings, and I think for those of you who are still
Alex, hey, guys, we're running a little low on channel memberships today. How about I change my promise? I promise not to post feisty pictures on the internet if we get to 100 channel memberships. Obviously, the offer of, hey, you can see spicy pictures where I'm just trying to trigger people. Obviously, that didn't work, so now we're going to change the offer. I won't do it if we get to 100 channel memberships. Also, that's kind of a joke, by the way. But also, guys, have I taught you something so far today? One in the chat if you've already learned something new that you didn't know before today. 2 in the chat. I'm going to do whatever I want, Alex. It doesn't really matter if you guys give me channel memberships or not. 1 in the chat if I've already taught you something new that you didn't know today. 2 in the chat if you haven't learned anything so far. Okay. If you're one of those people that I've taught you something that you didn't know today, do you want to pay some class dues by sending in some channel memberships. Can everyone who I've already taught something today, can you guys just send in a gifted channel membership and bless the chat as a thank you for me taking time out of my day to teach you guys stuff that no one else is going to teach you? Send in a channel membership, 5 channel memberships. Guys, I can't do this if you don't fund my work. Can we just do a pause? And because I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I feel like I'm holding a pretty good class here. Maybe I'll just wait for a moment. Maybe we won't continue the class if you guys don't want to show appreciation. I'm never going to do OnlyFans, Tommy. Like, relax, okay? Maybe we'll just end the class. Maybe I'll go do something else. How much longer is this video? We just started. We had another hour of this fucking video. Man, that's a lot of time for me to work for free, guys. Gonna be honest. That's a lot of time for me to summon my chi and calmly break this shit down for everyone when you guys are expecting me to do it for free. Yo, we got Candace in here becoming a member. Thank you, bro. W's to you. We got Alex in with another membership. W to Alex. That's 2 more. Real. No one wants to keep going with class. Yo, we got Red Menace Nick in with 5 W's. Nick, thank you so much for that. You're back. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm working on the red nails. I only have 1 hand done so far. Only 3 people want me to continue with the class. 3 people. It's 139 people in the chat. Dozens of you answered that I already taught you something today. 3 people want me to continue with the class. Guys. If you guys aren't donating because you think I'm going to continue and you think you might have a chance to do it later, that would not be a wise decision. I'll tell you that. Alex is giving more. That's still only 3 people though. Mitchell in. Thank you, Alex. W Alex for 5 channel memberships. W Mitchell. Now we got 4 people. Now we've got 4 people who want me to keep going. This isn't even a matter. Even if someone gave 50 channel memberships right now, I'm actually profoundly disturbed that that only 4 people in the chat want me to keep going. I do appreciate the channel memberships though. You guys rock. Alex especially is like the king of the chat today. Alex is like the big swinging dick in the chat today, but Bosnots, you've already donated this week, I guess. It's a down payment on Only Fascists. All right, Mike, I'll count it. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. I'll count it. All right, guys, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch this for about 20 more minutes. And we're going to see if anyone comes through with any more channel memberships. But I'm going to be very blunt. If only 4 fucking people want me to continue the stream, that's kind of a problem. I can go do other things. I could be hanging out. I could be cleaning. I could be writing. I could be doing any number of other things right now. And if only 4 people want me to continue, then I'm kind of like, that's the way it goes, though. You got about 20 minutes to figure that out. And if it doesn't come through, we're just not going to do the stream. And that's going to be the way it is.
On one or the other horribly, terminally online social media sites. I think we had an argument this time that we
I modified that. You have until I finish painting my nails. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to do something else while I'm listening to this. because I can listen and do this at the same time. You have until I am done painting my nails to figure out your shit. And I will teach you and break this down in the meantime.
See a lot, but I think there's been a lot more engagement from a certain segment of the sort of radical left who's usually not that interested in this kind of things.
Yeah.
And sort of arguing we should be there.
Hans comes through. Hans with the 20 gifted channel memberships. W's Hans. Thank you so much, bro. You rock. Really, really appreciate it. And not to be outshined, Archie. I'm just gonna call you Archie. Archie, W's. Appreciate the channel membership, bro. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Shika Logo and W's. Thank you, bro. Okay, you guys are winning me over. Okay, we're almost up to halfway. All right. Everyone who wants me to continue and can't afford to send in a channel membership, because I do know that's a reality for some of you. If you want me to continue and you are not able to send in a gifted channel membership, you better make sure you thank the people who are, okay? Make sure you're giving a thank you to the people who are funding this, because I can't do this unless you guys allow me to. Thank you, average person. I will count that towards membership. Appreciate it. So make sure you're thanking them, guys. Doesn't cost anything to say thank you. Thank you, Beautiful Disaster, for the membership, for the gifted channel membership. W's to you, bro. Really appreciate it.
We should be recruiting. We should be sort of like pushing, mutual aid organizations at these marches. And then you have other people saying, these marches are recuperative. They're pretty meaningless. It's the spectacle that happens like once every, few months. And I think
thank you from the
that
pores.
under the conditions we're in right now, this is a classic social media conflict because both sides are right. Their argument is right, but insufficient. So you can argue that forever, right? Because you can stay really, really hard. Yes, if millions of people are going to be in the street talking about how they hate Trump, and it is your inclination to try and radicalize those people, that's probably a good way to do it. That's not a bad, you're not wrong that that's possible. And if the No Kings and these organizations are at the forefront of what we would call resistance, then we're in a lot of trouble. Precisely for the reasons that you say, which is that they're interested in law and order, they're interested in elections, they're interested in, proper modes of behavior, and these forms of resistance.
We are in trouble. If these No Kings progressives are in charge of things, then we are in trouble. These No Kings progressives are in favor of law and order. They're in favor of elections. Remember, these are revolutionary communists. These people do not vote in elections, guys. These people do not believe elections are going to change anything. These people do not vote for Democrats. These people do not vote at all. These people want to abolish the entire system. Listen.
Try and radicalize those people. That's probably a good way to do it. That's not a bad, you're not wrong that that's possible. And if the No Kings and these organizations are at the forefront of what we would call resistance, then we're in a lot of trouble. Precisely for the reasons that you say, which is that they're interested in law and order, they're interested in elections, they're interested in, proper modes of behavior, and these forms of resistance that are very contained. This is
the No Kings people want resistance that is contained. They want resistance that is nonviolent. They want resistance that is nice. They want resistance that upholds the capitalist system. Whereas these people who are queer anarcho-communists want resistance that overthrows the existing system. They want to overthrow the government. They want to abolish the Constitution. No more elections. They don't believe in elections anyway. The No Kings people are passive and contained and non-violent and non-destructive and uphold all the norms of capitalist society. They want to abolish all of that. Listen again.
If the No Kings and these organizations are at the forefront of what we would call resistance, then we're in a lot of trouble. Precisely for the reasons that you say, which is that they're interested in law and order, they're interested in elections, they're interested in, proper modes of behavior, and these forms of resistance that are very contained. this is not necessarily, this is anecdata, obviously, but like family members of mine, bio family members of mine, who
Bio family.
3 years ago would have pushed back at me on this. A few of them who went to No Kings reported they were frustrated by how much election talk there was. So there is a shift happening, but I think that shift is happening precisely because of the extremity of Trump's unpopularity, how obviously fascistic they're being. I think there's many ways in which, now I'm sort of off topic, but yeah, I think that's the connection to the thesis, and we can get into the nitty gritty of that as we move on.
Yeah, I really appreciate this. I think one of the things that's really visible to me about it is that there's actually a really intense pedagogy and disciplinary process by saying like, everybody needs to be really decent, everybody needs to be really law abiding. We're showing them that we're, and it really goes hand in hand. I mean, I was just listening to like the speeches that were excerpted on Democracy Now! From Minneapolis, and you've got like Congress people and various celebrities saying like, we're a nation of laws and this isn't what America's like. And it's just like, there's a kind of deep like patriotism and commitment to liberalism that tells people that the main event is elections.
We got a super chat from Dr. Zeus. Grateful for all your hard work. Unfortunately, my phone doesn't allow me to give subscriptions, so please use this for whatever you please. I appreciate that. Sometimes what happens is if you just say you want to count this towards gifted channel memberships, I will count it as part of the overall tally, because I know that some people have trouble gifting channel memberships if they're watching on their phone, which is a stupid YouTube bug. But hey, I really do appreciate that, and I will put that towards the goal. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Kristen W's 5 channel memberships. All right, now we're cooking. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate you all.
And I think this goes hand in hand. Everybody needs to.
Dean Spade is also just about to shit talk elections, by the way. Oh, we got another 5. Holy shit. See, I just had to Catholic guilt you all. Canis. I just had to Catholic guilt you all. I might not be Catholic, but I grew up in a Catholic family. I know how to do Catholic guilt. I know how to do it. My mother did it to me. Both my parents were taught by the nuns in Catholic school, okay? I may not have been raised Catholic, but I learned how to do Catholic guilt. Really appreciate you, Candace, with those 5 channel memberships. Thank you. My boobs are not that big. I hate to disappoint you, but my boobs are not that big.
To be really law abiding. We're showing them that we're, and it really goes hand in hand. I mean, I was just listening to like the speeches that were excerpted on Democracy Now! From Minneapolis, and you've got like Congress people and various celebrities saying like, we're a nation of laws and this isn't what America's like. And it's just like, there's a kind of deep like patriotism and commitment to liberalism that tells people that the main event is elections. And I think this goes hand in hand with this other thing I've been hearing that I would just love to hear you talk about, where people are like, well, we can't mutual aid our way out of this. It's nice what happened in Minneapolis, but we need to get, and what they never say underneath there is, get back to focusing on the Democratic Party, everybody. And I would love to just like hear your counter offers to the kind of like,
they're about to shit talk the entire Democratic establishment. For people who are not yet convinced that communists are not Democrats and Democrats are not communists and communists hate Democrats and Democrats hate communists, you are literally about to hear the 2 queer communists shit talk the entire Democratic establishment. And we're going to start with the fact that Dean Spade was like, they still believe that elections are the biggest thing. They still believe that elections are the main event. And now let's talk about how the Democratic Party ain't going to do shit about shit. Yeah, they hate the Democrats. Who would have thunk it? I was told by conservatives that these 2 people were Democrats when they're about to go on an entire rant shit-talking the Democrats.
And it's just like, there's a kind of deep like patriotism and commitment to liberalism that tells people that the main event is elections. And I think this goes hand in hand with this other thing I've been hearing that I would just love to hear you talk about, where people are like, well, we can't mutual aid our way out of this. It's nice what happened in Minneapolis, but we need to get, and what they never say underneath there is, get back to focusing on the Democratic Party, everybody. And I would love to just like hear your counter offers to the kind of like, we need to be well behaved.
This is actually a good question from Canis. I hear these guys shit talk DSA types all the time. Yes, they do. These are revolutionaries. Revolutionaries shit talk the DSA for real. But do we have anything on DSA types shit talking these radicals? The DSA is very aware that there are people on the left who are to the left of them that do not believe in elections. I can't remember a time when I have explicitly heard DSA type shit talking these people, because the DSA types, and again, if someone disagrees with me, please let me know. But like, the DSA types are really trying to bring as many people into the electoral tent as possible. And so I think it's the inclination of the DSA types to try to reach out to these people, work with these people. And if they're totally rejected, they kind of go, okay. And they, maybe they try another day, maybe they just let it be or whatever. But I've never heard the DSA types explicitly shit talking these people, because it's kind of like, they try to work with them. They want to get them on the team. Yeah, okay. And I do have this on the list at some point. They try to work together when possible because they are more alike than different. And Dean Spade has said this too. I've heard Dean Spade say, like, there are issues that I can work with them on like a single issue thing. Yeah, so you're right in that we hear far more shit talking coming from the far left against the DSA than we do against the DSA and the far left. That is true.
You never say underneath there is, get back to focusing on the Democratic Party, everybody. And I would love to just like hear your counter offers to the kind of like, we need to be well behaved. We need to embrace America's, the fantasy of America as a place where there's democracy and civil something. And the idea that we could never have enough like autonomous care and resistance to mean anything if we don't go through the state.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also really frustrated by we can't mutual aid our way out of this problem, precisely because that's a really bad faith argument, right? Because like what the people who are doing the mutual aid are doing is often saying, we are supporting all of this other kind of political activity. And like when you do really important mutual aid, and if you see what's happening in Minneapolis, you tend to focus on a certain block, a certain neighborhood, providing a certain kind of service or good. That's how, you're good at online fundraising. Great. That's what you do. You're good at Ice Watch. Great. That's what you do. You're good at making big batches of food for people doing Ice Watch in the cold. Great. That's what you do. And like, of course, we're all, individuals in this way where we can only do as much as we have effort for. But I think it is truly fascinating to look at Minneapolis, where mutual aid actually defeated a federal invasion. And this is not to downplay how horrible.
Mutual aid defeated the federal invasion. Vicky Osterweil didn't just say George Soros defeated the federal invasion. Vicky Osterweil did not just say the CCP defeated the federal invasion. Vicky Osterweil didn't say Antifa defeated the federal invasion. Vicky Osterweil said mutual aid defeated the federal invasion. Mutual aid is how the left is funded. Mutual aid is how the left is organized. Mutual aid is how they are able to do all of their activism. Does everyone understand? All the myth about George Soros funding the left, that is a conservative bullshit narrative. They are funded and they are organized around mutual aid.
To look at Minneapolis, where mutual aid actually defeated a federal invasion. And this is not to downplay how horrible things have been in Minneapolis and how desperate things are now, especially because they now have to pay rent after people have had to hide inside for 3 months. And like that has been the struggle. And if you have some extra money, buy a trans girl a pizza today in honor of Mayor Bellwether, but also give some money to Minneapolis rent defense funds if you can. Just a shout out for those. But anyway, I think what those people are sort of reaching for is like, we are tired of trying to imagine a new way to do this. And like, I mean, I think that Minneapolis, frankly, is like on par with what we saw in 1905 in Russia with the creation of Soviets. Soviets just meant councils. It was just workers' councils. I think it's on par with some of the experiments we saw during Reconstruction here in the United States. There are really tremendous shifts in what is possible.
I love it. I love it. One of the leading revolutionary communists in America is comparing Minneapolis to pre-revolutionary Russia. That's just great. That's a great job, conservative. Great job, Trump. Trump defeated the left, guys. Great job. Excellent work.
Possible in what is normalized, in what social means, in what neighbor means, in what protecting each other means, and in what living a good life means, right? These really, really crucial things are being redefined and rethought through by people on the street. And I think what's so beautiful, one of the things I really love about Minneapolis, and that I think is really anathema to the kind of no kings folks, you know, and why they don't like it, is because no one can tell you how many organizations did that in Minneapolis. No one has any idea. People would learn about organizations that were a block away because they could be as informal as a signal chat between neighbors, right? And there's a lot of redundancy in the process.
They
and
have
what
no
the
idea how
state
many
offers
organizations exist.
in theory, and sometimes in practice, is a certain kind of efficiency. It's efficient at being able to control the cost of a thing. It is efficient at being able to determine who gets help, but it's much better at determining who doesn't, right? It's much better at exclusion than at determining who gets help. It's much better at excluding people from the body politic, from the society, making people disposable or available to premature death. All of which is to say, I think what a lot of people want to see a big political change, a revolution that looks like something like the stuff that we saw in the 20th century, despite the fact that for all of the incredible gains and lessons that were learned in the 20th century, none of those led to a truly egalitarian society. And the things that did were experimental and were crushed, right? Either by imperialist forces or by internal counter-revolutionary enemies, whichever one you want to look at and talk about. All of which is to say, the sense that there's really desperate for the No Kings leadership. I think this is decreasingly true for the folks in the crowd, but I think it's increasingly like desperate on the part of the leadership and the folks who run those sort of nonprofits and the democratic funnel organizations to insist that what politics looks like is No Kings. Because we actually saw real power in Minneapolis, and it was totally invisible to nonprofits in some ways. It was totally invisible to people outside the process themselves. It was redundant, it was voluntary, it was messy, and that means there is no control, there was no visibility, and there's no way to profit off of it. And there's no way to guarantee that you're going to get the outcome you want when you're sitting at the top of a nonprofit or a political party or what have you. And ultimately, it threatens property relations in general, right? Because I think like what you're looking at now in Minneapolis, the reason I started here, and I apologize, I do tend to ramble and go on silence. Please cut me off if I do, but is that what we're looking at now is now they have to solve this problem of rent, right? So, I mean, obviously that's extremely stressful and difficult. It's also radicalizing, right? Is the realization like, oh, the reason we can't live like this is rent. Like, that's not a thing that's easy to actually conceptualize.
When the left says capitalism, they mean private property ownership. One of the people that the left hates more than any other person or type of person is the landlord. Why does the left hate the landlord? Because the landlord owns private property that they rent out to the proletariat to exploit the proletariat by increasing rents and making them live in slums and yada, yada, yada. The landlord is the enemy. The property owner is the enemy of the proletariat. The proletariats are the renters. They basically don't want to have to pay rent. This is where tenants unions came from. They consider the landlord to be their mortal nemesis. And that is what Vicky Osterweil is talking about here. It's like, now we have to deal with this problem of people are expected to pay rent. Fuck the property owners.
I think like what you're looking at now in Minneapolis, the reason I started here, and I apologize, I do tend to ramble and go on silence. Please cut me off if I do, but is that what we're looking at now is now they have to solve this problem of rent, right? So, I mean, obviously that's extremely stressful and difficult. It's also radicalizing, right? Is the realization like, oh, The reason we can't live like this is rent. Like, that's
Rent.
not a thing that's easy
Rent
to
is the
actually
problem.
conceptualize. I mean, you can argue it till the cows come home, and you and I both have. And then like talk about the way that property and rent and expense and reflexively we sort of know it. Like most of us tend to know, if it weren't for rent, I would quit this job. If it weren't for rent, I would not live with this partner, right? Or this roommate who I hate. If it was not for rent, I wouldn't live in this neighborhood. I wouldn't live in this city. I wouldn't live at home with my parents, right? Whatever it is, we know that massive choices about our lives are being made constantly by these basic material needs. But when you witness an entire city do something heroic and genuinely small t democratic and like revolutionary together, and the thing that they come up against isn't the police. Like ICE, I mean, they're still there. Things are still bad. I want to be really clear. I do not want to oversell the victory. But what the goals of the administration were, which was to get revenge for 2020, which kicked off in Minneapolis, was to demonstrate that they could put a city under the fascist boot, right? To create spectacular images of their own power at the expense of the people. They failed on those terms. And Minneapolis showed all of us a path against, a way to struggle against this. Not necessarily to win, and they haven't won permanently, but if you experience that and then you witness that the thing that means you can't keep going is rent, well then, okay, what we should do then, I guess, is get rid of landlords. We should have the houses for free. We should have housing. And of course, that immediately intersects with...
You know what? It's really easy to solve the problem of rent, guys. Let's just get rid of landlords and have all the housing be for free. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. When they say they want to abolish capitalism, they mean they want to abolish your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment or an Airbnb as a landlord that you rent out, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small, and your ability to have parental rights over your children. Is anyone confused about what they mean when they say capitalism? I ask people all the time, every single time someone comes into the chat and they pretend they know more than me, I ask them one simple question. How does the left define capitalism? And the answers I get to that are, it depends on how they define it, and they define it in all sorts of different ways, and they think that, and all of it's wrong. The definition of capitalism for the left is private property ownership. That's it. They want to take away your ability and your kids' ability to own your own home. You will not own your home in the Marxist utopia. You will not own any land in the Marxist utopia. You will not be able to buy a piece of property and rent it out as a landlord in the Marxist utopia. None of these things will exist. That is what we're talking about, guys. When you extrapolate out what they mean when they're talking about abolishing capitalism and make it fucking real, that's what we're talking about. Is there a person? Are you being disruptive in my chat? Who the fuck are you? 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 If my mods tell you to do something, you fucking listen. Anyway. You don't listen often, but when you do, you learn. Well, I guess that's a win. I'd like to have you listening more often, but welcome back. Anyway, listen again.
Was to demonstrate that they could put a city under the fascist boot, right? To create spectacular images of their own power at the expense of the people. They failed on those terms. And Minneapolis showed all of us a path against, a way to struggle against this. Not necessarily to win, and they haven't won permanently, but if you experience that and then you witness that the thing that means you can't keep going is rent, well then, okay, what we should do then, I guess, is get rid of landlords. We should have the houses for free. We should have housing. And of course, that immediately intersects with the unhoused struggle that's been going on. I think it forces you to think about how imprisonment works, like when people who are, being housed in prisons and jails, like that is actually, I think one way of thinking about the prison system and the prison industrial complex is as one of the largest forms of social security offered by any state in the world. The United States houses and feeds millions of people all the time in total. and gives them all of their services, all their medical services. Now, those are terrible services, and the food is awful, and the housing is as bad as it's possible. But it's the worst possible version. But like, this is one way that the state offers care. And what we see in Minneapolis and in mutual aid is a different form of care that is actually interested in the people being able to say what they want, say what they need, and participate in taking care of one another. And for state and liberal alike, that is the scariest possible thing, because the fact is we don't need them, but they need us. We reproduce their world every day. If we didn't have rent, who knows what would be happening in Minneapolis?
I'm so glad you brought this up. I just got off the phone with one of our mutual friends who lives in Minneapolis, and she was talking about how there's a frustration right now there's so many new people who did mutual aid work and who did political work for the first time in the last few months, it's so beautiful. These moments where we see so many people participate who haven't before, because that's what we need, right? We need like everybody to get involved in taking care of each other and fighting back and building autonomous methods of survival in these very difficult times we're living in that are getting worse and worse. And she was saying there's a lot of frustration in the people doing this mutual aid work because they're desperately trying to raise money for this rent. And it's like, who wants to raise a bunch of money and give it to a landlord? It's like, yuck. And that, I feel like there's this obvious battle between those of us who are like, great, this.
There would be no property ownership. There would be no rent money. There would be no landlords. No property ownership. The property is under sorry if you guys can hear my dog. He's unhappy about something. Actually, probably my husband's home. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the dog. Anyway, no one would own the property. The community owns the property. You are assigned a house to live in. They control whoever is leading your community. Someone will be in charge of, you live here, you live here, you live here, you live here. No rent money, no money, no money. There will be no money in the Marxist utopia. No money, no banks. There will be a completely different system. They want to abolish all of that.
Leads to a more and more politicized struggle around housing, or people start to imagine really massive, rent strikes outside the rules. People start to imagine occupying spaces. People start to imagine like really attacking the property relations that make our basic necessities, as you were saying, completely controlled by our opponents. Or the other side, where people are like, how do we wrangle all these people into thinking just about the Democratic Party or about the next election and have them think that they can never do this on their own? Mutual aid is too small and scrappy. We just need something, quote unquote, to scale. And that means we need to turn this into something the city council or the state legislature will do. And that's really hard in the US context, where liberalism has made most people not be able to imagine very much autonomy or occupation of space, where the private property relations are taken as so given, where we've been denied the stories like the ones that are in defense of looting, of what it looks like when huge numbers of people resist and break the law to do it and don't institutionalize. Don't do it so that they can build an institution that will govern better. And this image that so many anarchists use about the sort of many-headed hydra, like how much...
Yeah, my dog probably does want the chicken. That's probably why he's barking. My dog has started now because my dog has figured out that like I leave the house more regularly now because I'm trying to get out and be around people and get steps in and all of that stuff. I'll answer your question in a second. But like my dog is now in the habit now of he's laying in front of the front door, and he just like sprawls himself in front of the front door. And every time I go to leave to go do an errand, it's like the dog starts to show me his belly. So my dog is literally like making me pay a toll to leave the house in the form of a belly rub. My dog is the true ruler of this house. Like, there is no fucking doubt about it. My dog has got like everything. Like, he actually, like, as soon as I walk over to leave, he actually does this. He's like, oh, I see you want to give me a belly rub. I'm like, all right. all right, Kobe. All right. How do they believe that a world without ownership will be less oppressive? Because they believe capitalism creates all problems, and when you get rid of capitalism, it will get rid of all problems. It doesn't matter if you agree with them, bro. Here's what you need to understand. It does not matter if you agree with them. What they believe is what they believe, regardless of if you believe it.
more powerful it is when lots of people, as you were saying, have like a zillion organizations and groups and informal connections in the neighborhoods and across the city and across the region, instead of having, I think a lot of people, when they think about going to scale, they're like, it should all be under one roof and there should be a professionalized sort of staff and it should be the same in all places. This is the model of the.
Listen, you don't have to agree with them. Like, where people get confused when they first start watching this is like, you think I must need to agree with them for that to be real. No, you don't. You really don't. I don't agree with them. I don't agree with them on many things. There are some things I do agree with them on. There are many more things that I don't agree with them on. And I ultimately think their ideas are going to lead to starvation and death and suffering. But like, this is about your ability to detach and compartmentalize. What we do on this channel, and this is like good advice for people who are new, for people who are having a hard time kind of wrapping your head around it, you have to think we are like cultural anthropologists on this channel. We are like Jane Goodall observing the chimpanzee or whatever, or the gorilla or whatever the fuck. We are observers of the phenomenon. We think of the socialists. The socialists are in a giant fuck off snow globe. They're in a giant dome and they're talking about all their socialist things and they're doing all their socialist things. We are outside of that and we are merely watching and recording a subculture. We are trying to understand this unique subculture that has developed in the United States. We don't agree with this subculture. We think this subculture is incredibly dangerous. We don't like this subculture. We think they're fucking nuts. But the subculture exists. It is highly influential. And so what we do is we watch into it to understand what they're doing and all of the ways in which they're going to fuck up our world. Think of yourself as a scientist. We are researchers. Like, and I do actually mean that literally. We are researchers. We are people who are researching this, trying to understand that mindset, trying to analyze it, trying to figure out what they're going to do next. This is why my work is so far ahead of everyone else's. This is why I say things weeks, months, or even years ahead of conservative influencers. Yeah, isn't this funny? Reagan was watching an anarchist on the Firestorm interview, and he says that he hates it when people observe them. Well, we do. You want to know why the left is more afraid of me than they are of any fucking MAGA influencer, with the possible exception of Nick Shirley? The left is terrified of Nick Shirley, that's for sure. But the left is also terrified of me. The left has done entire presentations about me. We've watched them on this channel. The left is terrified of me, and they are terrified of the people in my community, because unlike most people on the right, we actually listen to them. And they hate us way more than they hate most MAGA people, because we listen to them and we observe them and we understand them. Well, it's a process, bro. You're going to go through the 5 stages of grief. I'm being serious. You go through the 5 stages of grief because you were lied to about this by the people you trusted to inform you. And you have to come to grips with that. What the reality on the left is completely different than what most right-leaning influencers would have you believe. You were lied to and you were misinformed. And so you have to go through the stages of grief before you get to a place of acceptance. And, you know, you're going to be angry and it's going to suck. And yeah. Haymarket Books held an entire stream where they just whined about me for 90 minutes. It was fucking great. It was like the best thing that's ever happened. Exactly. See, you understand. Your actual profession is a psychological researcher. See, you get what I'm doing then. You get what I'm doing. I'm a psychologist. Like, for people who don't know, I'm a PhD level psychologist. Like, I actually am a psychologist. This is what I do. I analyze social systems. I got trained on how to do this. I did this in the workplace for years, very successfully. And now I do it for socialism. And it's awesome.
The state / also the NGO. When you do that, you can just you can either assassinate the leadership of that, or you can buy them off, or all the things we've seen a zillion times. And so to me, there's a real battle going on about our imaginations of how transformation works and what a solution is to the kinds of problems we're living under, like ecocide and genocide. And to that end, because you are my oracle and answer key, whether or not you've consented to that role, I want to ask you the hardest question that I'm living with, which is, can people stop wars?
You're an IO PhD.
All the wars
Yep, you
I've
get it
been
then.
living through, it felt clear, even when there were the largest protests on earth multiple times while I've been alive. We couldn't stop. And it's clear that convincing elites that war and genocide are bad for people and other living things they know, they're okay with it. And I think there's a lot of exhaustion by people who are newly politicized since 2024. And there's so much change in public opinion about Palestine in the US, which is so amazing to see. And yet the on the ground policies are just worse and worse. And I just wondered, like, you have such a big view in my experience, like that. I find that so helpful. You're a study of history. I've asked you many historical questions over time. I'm curious whether you can just tell me whether people can stop wars and like all the fullness of that question.
Thank you for giving me the easy ones today. So, I mean, I have this sort of immediate cheeky, answer, which is like, we do everything, including wage the war and end the war, right? Whatever. Okay, fine. Cheap enough. But I'm actually not interested in that platitude. I actually think that the answer is yes, but it's not very satisfying when it happens, because the war is devastating and it doesn't happen cleanly, and it doesn't happen without the war having happened. Or so far, I mean, maybe it has. Maybe we actually have stopped wars. This is the thing about counterfactuals, right? About history, is like we know about the wars that happened.
Hey, what is it called? What is it called when you immerse? Is that ethnography? Ethnography is a thing, bro. Ethnography is immersing yourself in a culture to live the experience of that culture, to understand that culture. That's ethnography, right? I'm not making that up. There is a specific term for doing that in anthropology. I'm pretty sure.
But we don't know about what wars
Ethnography.
maybe someone wanted to wage, but they didn't have the social control in the state, and so they didn't do it, right? We don't know about what wars someone would have waged if they hadn't been, stopped by other action of the people, right? So on some level, it's unknowable because it's a sort of unfalsifiable question. Again, slightly less platitudinous, not satisfying as an answer. The answer that I would give that I feel like the most qualified to is that people stopped Vietnam, but not in a way that saved Southeast Asia from the devastation that it faced, not in a way that really was as satisfying or morally clear as we would have hoped, and not the way the boomers like to tell the story, right? Which is that, like, we did these protests and then,
they hate the
they were
boomers
good,
too.
and then
Wow.
at the DNC in '68, these damn radicals like rioted on the street, and then everything was lost. Whatever story it is that they're pushing, to the extent that they still do that. Hopefully y'all don't have to encounter that kind of argument anymore. I hope so. Please let that one die off at least. But what happened in Vietnam was that there was total collapse of the morale of the US military. So one of the things that happens in, I think, 71, please don't quote me on that, 72, is that Nixon turns to a strategy called Vietnamization. And what Vietnamization is a turn to air warfare. And they're like, we're going to let the South Vietnamese fight this war. We're just going to bomb. We're going to withdraw most of our ground troops, right? And the really intense ground fighting from US troops largely stops. They're drawn down very, very significantly.
Thanks
Now,
for the super sticker.
part of the reason that
Appreciate
happens
you.
is that, and this word still exists in US lexicons because of this, is there's a thing called fragging, which is named after a frag grenade, where soldiers were killing their officers rather than going out into the jungles on patrols, right? Now, those soldiers were draftees. Most of them were probably not particularly anti-war, although some of them might have been. They were certainly aware of the anti-war struggles happening back at home, and against the myth-making, that comes straight from the Pau Mia flag people and the Rambo 2, where the vets are being spit on or whatever, as soon as they come home. A lot of vets were, their brothers and sisters were in the streets, and they understood why, and they weren't really, they might not have been extremely opposed to the war, but they weren't really for it either, right? And so morale collapses, and there's a feedback loop there between the army being less and less successful. And so then you get like wins like the Tet Offensive in 1968, where the Viet Cong, don't actually win their military goals, but they completely catch the US off guard, take all this territory, like totally like have this sort of smashing morale victory, if not like a full strategic victory in the war. And All of these things are reinforcing one on the other. And then you've got people back at home who then start doing bombing attacks on domestic military and ROTC and stuff. And of course, the people of North Vietnam and the Viet Cong who are in the South and the North Vietnamese army for, all the many ways that government, I don't think it's that government would then go on to invade Cambodia and do their own Vietnam, right? Like, so I don't want to, it's not about the government, but the people there on the ground also were fighting under impossible odds and against a genocide, right? If we look at, an example I've already used is the Russian Revolution. That starts from mutinies in the Russian Navy. The big question in the early revolution is like, will we stop fighting? The Russian morale largely collapses. The Eastern Front largely collapses, right? Like before the Bolsheviks take power and end it. We're not going to get into all that. The point is, it's doable. But once the war is on, we're already in a lot of trouble. It's already really bad. So people can end it. And it is by a scaling up of movement stuff that sometimes feels small and that starts small and that like grows. And I think there are, during the coronavirus lockdown, this is a thing that I pay a lot of attention to being a history nerd, is like there were some near mutinies in the US Navy in 2020, right? And in 2025, when Trump came into power, there were worldwide protests against Pete Hegseth by military families. Now, these were pretty small people in the street, with signs, like the kind of protests that are pretty ineffective. But the thing about military families is they live on bases internationally. They are completely dependent on the military. It is extremely risky to put your neck out politically because you can lose your school, your house, your whole life. And so the fact that it's happening at a mass enough scale that there wasn't.
I really appreciate that, Charles. Every penny counts for the cult. One, we rise as one. Karlyn, much love. Much love to you, Charles. Really appreciate that super chat. W's in the chat for Sheikah Lago. Thank you for the gifted channel membership. Guys, we are now 2/3 of the way to our goal for today. I would really love to bring 100 new channel members in, guys. We have a spy stream tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern time. We are not doing a normal 5 p.m. stream tomorrow. We are doing a spy stream. It's going to be a fucking awesome spy stream. If you get gifted a channel membership today, please use it to come to spy stream tomorrow. We're going to go inside a live leftist talk. You guys are going to see one of the patron saints of gender ideology speak live in real time to see what shit they're pushing out there right now. It's going to be fucking awesome. Okay? And we can invite more people in. I would love to hit 100 channel memberships given out today. If you appreciate what I'm doing, taking the time to watch this with you, breaking it down, answering your questions, please feel free to throw in a gifted channel membership. You not only support my channel, you support other people on the channel, and that's awesome.
Punishment. Morale in the military is bad. Now, does that mean that people aren't flying these missions? Not yet, not as far as we know. Does it mean that the Marines who are currently in the Gulf aren't gonna invade if they're told to? Probably not. But all of them are people. Everyone in this, and the harder that we push against the war machine, you never know what is going to have a snowball effect. And also, it might not work. I think we were extremely ineffective against the Iraq war in a certain way because, and I think there's been a lot of postmortems on that. But on the other hand, the Iraq war has been defined perennially as unpopular globally as a result of that, of those protests, right? Often it's too soon to tell how things are going to change.
By the way,
and I think
side note, has anyone else seen propaganda on Instagram where Afghanistan is trying to rehabilitate the image of the country and make it a tourist destination? Has this come up in anyone else? Because this is the weird. I get the weirdest shit coming up in my Instagram feed because mostly I try to use Instagram either to talk about high-end luxury knockoffs from China, or I use Instagram to follow leftist groups and figure out what they're doing and all that good stuff. There's a ton of leftist propaganda on Instagram, but I just started getting served propaganda from the country of Afghanistan, videos of tourists in Afghanistan trying to say, it's really awesome to visit Afghanistan, and don't you want to come and visit Afghanistan? And I'm like, no, actually, no, I don't. No, I would rather go literally almost anywhere else in the fucking world than fucking Afghanistan. And it's a bizarre thing because it's like it's clearly created propaganda where they're like, Afghanistan is really safe and it's really beautiful and you can totally visit as a woman tourist, and it's just like, no. Mm-mm. No.
Speaking to all of these things, plus what you were saying about the sort of leadership wanting to contain stuff, we have really accepted a liberal framing of 2020 that it didn't work and that everyone has left the streets because it didn't work, because people saw that the protest and riot wasn't meaningful, which I think like Minneapolis puts paid to, but I think Los Angeles puts paid to it too. If folks remember earlier in the summer, before there were riots in the streets of Los Angeles for 2 days downtown that were of a scale similar to what we saw in 2014 in Baltimore, one of the earliest Black Lives Matter uprisings. Now, Baltimore was national news for weeks, and the Los Angeles uprising have been memory hold, right? Part of what we're living through right now is an information environment that is totally controlled, right? They bought X, they bought the Washington Post, they bought NBC, they bought Paramount.
The Washington Post?
Total control of the information environment.
Wow,
it's how Trump came back to power, right? Is through the media. There's total control, literal direct right-wing billionaire control of the vast majority of the media, including social media, everywhere up and down the scale, right? From Substack all the way up, right? Whatever. So what they're doing is they're repressing all news of any kind of resistance. And when they have to cover it, they cover it very perfunctorily, and then they move along. And that makes it very hard for us to know what's going on in the rest of the country. But there was a reason that liberal society used to cover stuff like that. And it was because nonprofits would get their headlines and then they would be able to get their funders and they would go home. And it was because the people in DC could read the papers and get a sense of what's happening in terms of unrest. So they have blinded themselves, to use an unfortunate ableist metaphor. They have destroyed a major percent of their own surveillance apparatus in the name of creating a bubble in which they appear unanimously victorious. And so now the conditions of the struggle, similar to the question about legality versus illegality, is can people accept that the stuff that they see on TV, on NPR, in the newspapers, even on social media, can they accept that they just don't have a sense of what's happening, that like this information is bad and false, and act anyway? Like, it seems like the answer is a resounding yes. Like, people are acting. I mean, I've said this every time I've done an interview about the current situation. I was so much more scared on January 19th, 2025 than I have been since, because we were so well set up for a perfect fascist takeover. The stuff about transness had been proven to be effectively weaponized. The media was totally captured. Biden had successfully counter-revolution 2020 by attacking bodily autonomy through back to work through COVID protocols, which was like an incredible.
You're telling me that far left queer activists were terrified of Joe Biden? And they didn't like Joe Biden? You don't say. You don't say.
Because we were so well set up for a perfect fascist takeover. The stuff about transness had been proven to be effectively weaponized. The media was totally captured. Biden had successfully counter-revolution 2020 by attacking bodily autonomy through back to work through COVID protocols, which was like an incredibly intricate process that actually, as you were talking about the folks at Deaf Panel, they traced, I think, better than anyone else, certainly who I saw in the English-speaking world. But there was this counter-revolution on that, and there was a Red Scare going about Gaza, right? So they had all of the conditions perfectly set up for a fully compliant population. And instead, what they did was they lived for the spectacle, for the image of the fascist boot, right? We learned recently, it was a small story, that Trump gets news on the Iran war through a 2-minute video montage
okay.
that his advisors make for him.
Down.
He's literally he's waging war by Instagram sizzle reel. These people are genuinely captured by their own spectacular bubble. And what they have proven is that doesn't make them not dangerous. It doesn't make them incapable of acting, because they successfully were right that spectacle is a large way that politics are managed here. But they also have huge blind spots about resistance. And like any really, really patriarchal abuser who has never faced any consequences, Trump doesn't believe, and his people don't really believe in the existence of resistance, of continued resistance, of real fight back. And I think they're extremely weak at the exact same moment that they are restarting a global conflict. Like, we might also be in World War III. We might also have already been in World War III for 2 years since October 8th. I don't know. So I don't want to sound Pollyanna-ish at all, but I don't know. That's the situation on the ground. And I think that when regimes collapse, they collapse hard and it happens fast. And there's any number of ways that a regime collapsing could end a war.
Thank you for diving into that for me. I have so much to chew on. I want to ask you about your new book, but one last question before that I think will be of particular interest to people joining this event. We are living in this time of such intense attacks on trans people, and where the image of trans people and our healthcare and our bodies is so central to the project of racial capitalist ecocidal monsters.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Okay. I know you're new here, but I don't give a flying fuck what the Democrats are doing. I know you're new here, but you're going to need to learn to adapt to the reality that blaming the fucking Democrats for all of your problems is not going to fly here. Well, Trump isn't doing anything, but what are the Democrats doing? I don't give a fuck. The Democrats are not the fucking problem. These people are the fucking problem. And just because the Democrats aren't doing fuck off about it does not mean that you have an excuse to not do fuck off about it. And it doesn't mean that Trump doesn't have an excuse to not do fuck off about it. And it doesn't mean the Republicans have a fucking excuse. And it doesn't mean that MAGA retards have a fucking excuse. And it doesn't mean that Christian conservatives have a fucking excuse. You cannot just say, well, what are the Democrats doing? Every time you want to be a lazy motherfucker and not do anything to solve the problem you claim to fucking care about. We do not give a flying fuck about the Democrats on this channel. You are. You are, actually. You are. And you're fucking talking to me now. You are. The Democrats do not matter. At all. W's Anthony for the channel membership. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much.
Yes, if you would just talk a bit about trans resistance in this time, and feminist and trans resistance, because I'm part of that. Is I feel like I witness that people are like, oh, we're totally losing in the realm of law, like just the endless number of bad laws. And there's a way in which in liberalism you're supposed to feel powerless if you can't get it to happen at the legislature or the court, and we cannot. And so your work shows us that actually that's not the final stop for us and never has been and isn't our main arena. And I wonder if you would just talk about that. I know you track this stuff carefully and you have a perspective that I have found really helpful for understanding where we should be right now and also what people are doing and what matters.
Yeah, thank you for again another easy question. Is how do trans people solve the problem? But no, I think no, it's really important. Obviously, I'm being cheeky, but well, so I'm going to jump back a little bit to the last decade of resistance that we've seen. Anyone who has participated in social movements over the last 10 years in the United States has witnessed and experienced trans people at the front. We have been at the front lines of every single struggle, not just because I've been part of it and I'm a trans person, so therefore I know, because my egg was cracked by participating in some of those movements. And a lot of people who I know who are trans people now were in the closet when those movements happened, myself included. The experience of movement led a lot of people to transition, but also people who were already trans have been at the front of movements. And
repeating the same thing when I've already given you an answer is not a way to get on my good side. I'll tell you that. When I said the Democrats don't fucking matter, what I mean is the Democrats don't fucking matter. And it doesn't fucking matter what the Democrats are doing. It is completely irrelevant to the conversation. And if you say it again, just watch what happens. Watch what happens. Remember, you are in my classroom. I am the teacher. You are the student. If you don't want to learn, that's on you. It's not on me.
I think on the one hand, we do have this massive transmigration going on. which I think is on par with any other major migration that's happened in the United States, largely out of the South and out of the Midwest towards coasts and North. And that has real serious material needs of medical care, housing, money, food that we need to be working on. And that is like the immediacy of the struggle that's going on right now. And that I know is extremely material and immediate. But I feel compelled to answer this question kind of theoretically, whereas I've like been pretty material with the rest of the stuff about movement. Transition, I'm increasingly coming to believe, is a form of abolition. Abolition in its sort of more proper sense, Aufhebung, which is the German, right? Is that right? I'm actually not an academic. Scholar is the only.
Okay, we talked about this a little bit earlier at the beginning of the video where we watched this clip and broke it down, but I just really want to make sure people are listening to this. Transition is a form of abolition because to this person, being trans is a political statement. It is not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. It is a political statement about the abolition of the gender binary, transforming gender, transforming the system of capitalism that they believe created gender in the first place. When this person says trans, they don't mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. They mean transform or transcend the capitalist construct of gender and the gender binary. So I just want to make sure you can go back to the beginning of the stream and listen to the whole kind of breakdown we did. But I just want to make sure people who weren't here for that understand.
Pretty material with the rest of the stuff about movement. Transition, I'm increasingly coming to believe, is a form of abolition. Abolition in its sort of more proper sense, Aufhebung, which is the German, right? Is that right? I'm actually not an academic. Scholar is the only word you can use. So it's nice. But yeah, which is that you destroy and you build. Because as anyone who's transitioned knows, you know, despite what we might say about dead names to try and convince cis people to fucking chill, that we both are not and still are that person. And that both of those are true at once. It is not like someday I'm still that person and someday I'm not. It's like, no, this contradiction, that is a person I am not. And in some ways I never was that person. And that is my life. And that will always have been who I am, are both true at the same time. This is an extremely radical form of transformation that we take. Now, people who transition don't necessarily have good politics. Shout outs to the Jenners. And it's not innately makes you.
Is non-binary politically queer by default? Okay. So you have to think about what non-binary means. Non-binary literally means no binary. It's referring to the gender binary of men and women. When a person identifies as non-binary, as a they, them, or some other weird set of pronouns, they are saying they are not a part of the gender binary, which means they are not a man, they are not a woman, because they believe that capitalism created the socially constructed categories of men and women. They do not believe, excuse me, they do not believe these are biological categories. They believe they are social constructs, just fake, made up categories in which men, people who could not reproduce, had a job and had all the power and had all the money and were at the top of the hierarchy. Women, the people who were reproducing the workforce by having children, were at the bottom of the hierarchy. They were doing the unpaid labor of replenishing the capitalist supply. They believe these are made up categories that created the gender hierarchy, which is also called the patriarchy. By identifying as non-binary, they are literally saying they are outside of the gender binary. They are not binary. So yes, non-binary means queer, and queer necessitates that they are non-binary. So good question. Yo, Alex W. Alex just wanted to get us to 69 channel memberships. I know exactly what Alex is doing. I know exactly what he's doing. And he did it. He did it. 69 new channel members today so far.
Heroic, but I do think it's notable that even before, long before the attack on trans life became exhaustingly central to politics, we were at the front of all this stuff. And we are at the front of it because we have experienced and understood the messy complexity of what is involved in change. And that if you know something to be true and you will it and you want it to be true, then like you can transform things that seem that the most powerful empire in the history of the world is currently killing itself to try and convince everyone that in fact you're not allowed to change your gender and gender is immutable, right? They are destroying a century of the most effective global power building we have ever seen. And one of the reasons they're doing that is to insist that the gender that accords with your genitals is the only one you're allowed to have. Now, obviously, that's about power over family and over.
Vicky is telling you that they, them does not believe that gender is a biological reality because they, them believes that gender is a social construct that was created by capitalism and it's fluid and it can change because it's just made up. But I want people to understand this. They are telling you they do not believe this is biological. They do not believe that you are beholden to whatever your genitals say.
Exhaustingly central to politics. We were at the front of all this stuff, and we were at the front of it because we have experienced and understood the messy complexity of what is involved in change, and that if you know something to be true and you will it and you want it to be true, then like you can transform things that seem that the most powerful empire in the history of the world is currently killing itself to try and convince everyone that in fact you're not allowed to change your gender and gender is immutable, right? They are destroying a century of the most effective global power building we have ever seen. And one of the reasons they're doing that is to insist that the gender that accords with your genitals is the only one you're allowed to have. Now, obviously, that's about power over family and over women in general and trans women in particular, and power over children. And it's about controlling bodily autonomy, reasserting whiteness, property, control, and ownership, right? And
again, reasserting. I mean, could Vicky be any more clear about what them means when they say whiteness? Whiteness, property, control, ownership. Whiteness, property, control, ownership. Whiteness means property. Whiteness means control. Whiteness means ownership. All of those words mean the same thing. That's why Vicky is saying all of them together in one single thought. It's about the cadence of it. This is how the left speaks. Oftentimes they say like many things in a row, this, that, the other thing. It all means the same fucking thing. He even mentioned parental rights. Yeah, even said something about parental rights because parental rights is considered to be a form of private property ownership. W. Shikalago! Getting us to 70 gifted channel memberships for the day so far. Would love to get up to 100 gifted channel memberships, guys. That would be pretty rad. Got 30 more to go. Hope you guys can get me there. Let's listen again.
A century of the most effective global power building we have ever seen. And one of the reasons they're doing that is to insist that the gender that accords with your genitals is the only one you're allowed to have. Now, obviously, that's about power over family and over women in general and trans women in particular, and power over children. And it's about controlling bodily autonomy, reasserting whiteness, property, control, and ownership, right? And if your kid can decide one day, actually, you know what, I feel better when I look like this, then you actually don't have the parental power that you were supposed to because that child's supposed to be your property, right? So there's all these different issues caught up in it.
Wow. Wow, Vicky. I didn't expect Vicky to fully come out and say that they view parental rights as a form of property ownership. We so rarely get that. It does happen every once in a while. But did anyone doubt me? Did anyone doubt me that parental rights they oppose parental rights because they consider it to be a form of property ownership? One in the chat if you doubted me. One in the chat if you're new here and you're like, Karlyn, I don't know about this thing that you're saying that the left believes that parental rights are a form of property ownership. That doesn't make any sense. Did anyone doubt me? and you've now been proven wrong. 2 in the chat if you didn't doubt me, 1 in the chat if you did. I'm just actually curious if anyone doubted me. Most people have learned not to doubt me when I say something. So the fact that like no one doubted me and everyone knew I was telling the truth, that is a reflection of the fact that I always have receipts for every single thing that I say. And here is a receipt of Vicky Osterweil literally saying that parental rights are a form of property ownership over children. Property ownership being a reference to capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership. The reason they want to get rid of parental rights is it is a form of property ownership that parents have over children. Karlyn was right, super chat. Yep. The rule on the channel is, guys, and it's an honor system. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. But the rule is, if I'm wrong, or excuse me, if I'm right and you're wrong, if you doubt me and you end up being wrong, if I'm correct and you are not correct, you owe me $2. That's the rule. So Karlyn is right, super chat. Thank you, Tolkien fan.
Now, obviously, that's about power over family and over women in general and trans women in particular, and power over children. And it's about controlling bodily autonomy, reasserting whiteness, property, control, and ownership, right? And if your kid can decide one day, actually, you know what, I feel better when I look like this, then you actually don't have the parental power that you're supposed to, because that child's supposed to be your property, right? So there's all these different issues caught up in it, and I don't want to reduce it just to the act of transition simply. But I think that there is a desire for us to make this argument that like trans care is healthcare. That didn't work for abortions. Like, we need an affirmative, positive evocation. Abortions rock and transitions are amazing. Like, they are a great thing to do with your time. You can do it because you need to.
Abortions rock and transitions are amazing. They're a great thing to do with your time. Gender transition is a great thing to do with your time. Abortion is a great thing to do with your time. Again, Vicky, again.
That like trans care is healthcare. That didn't work for abortions. Like, we need an affirmative, positive evocation. Abortions rock and transitions are amazing. Like, they are a great thing to do with your time. You can do it because you need to, or you can do it because you want to, and you can detransition if you need to, and you can play with your hormones, and you can change your body, and you have so much control and so much power, and it gives you the capacity to not only do that with your body and your gender and your social world, but it teaches you that that's possible everywhere, and that terrifies them. It terrifies fascists. It's the scariest thing they can imagine.
I am absolutely terrified of you retards getting an abortion all the time and transitioning your gender all the time. We're all shaking in our boots over here. The evil fascists are shaking in our boots. I mean, listen, the thing is, how I kind of think about it is, if these people want to fuck around and get an abortion all the time because they think it's a fun way to spend their time, or if they want to just like fuck around with hormones. Do you guys know they make their own hormones, by the way? Do you guys know, people who are new here might not know this, there are multiple zines that exist teaching other leftists how to make their own hormones. They make their own hormones at home. They do DIY hormones. They do DIY dosing. They believe that doctors don't really understand this stuff, and their homemade hormones are just like the bee's fucking knees. I swear to God. I think these people should be able to do whatever they want. I just want to concentrate them in some sort of camp where we can wall them off from society, and we can give them all the fucking gender hormones they want, and we can provide them with all the abortion doctors that they want and stuff like that. But as long as we have like a big fence built around them, and we wall them off of society by concentrating them in some very large, very luxurious camp-like environment where they have all their needs taken care of. I'm not saying we would kill them or anything. I'm saying we would concentrate them in a camp-like environment, perhaps exiled to an island, and we would provide for all their needs, and we give them all the fucking gender hormones they want, and they can have all the abortions they want, and they can do whatever the fuck else they want. They can have swimming pools and movie theaters and whatever. I don't really care. I'm just saying that I don't see any other solution to this other than creating two different living environments in which we have this contained or concentrated in a camp-like area. It's like a commune. We're building them a commune. Why would they be upset? Again, I just sometimes you just need to hear things more than once.
So there's all these different issues caught up in it. And I don't want to reduce it just to the act of transition simply, but I think that there is a desire for us to make this argument that trans care is healthcare. That didn't work for abortions. We need an affirmative, positive evocation. Abortions rock and transitions are amazing. They are a great thing to do with your time. You can do it because you need to, or you can do it because you want to, and you can detransition if you need to, and you can play with your hormones, and you can change your body, and you have so much control and so much power, and it gives you the capacity to not only do that with your body and your gender and your social world, but it teaches you that that's possible everywhere, and that terrifies them. It terrifies fascists. It's the scariest thing they can imagine, that in fact, their little kingdoms of car dealerships and hotel businesses and their families with 2 kids and a McMansion is not in fact the sacrosanct end of history. And as they confront crisis after crisis that is ending their world, literally from ecocide to genocide to war, whatever it is, they want control. And they, the Trump administration, largely attacked on the vector of race, right? It was very directly about race. And then 2020 happened and defeated them and threw the regime into the street. And, the Democrats were like, well, they should get another chance. We can't prosecute them. We should really give them another chance here. We should we should insult the left, and we should do a counter revolution, and we should treat him like a regular, candidate. And now he's back. But the way he came back is and that is thanks to the Democrats. This is the Democrats' regime. This is Biden's regime. Anyway.
Oh, they're shitting on the Democrats and they're shitting on Biden again. Okay. They're saying the reason Trump is back is because of the fucking Democrats and because of fucking Joe Biden. They're not happy about the Democrats. They do not like the Democrats.
Happened and defeated them and threw the regime into the street. And, the Democrats were like, well, they should get another chance. We can't prosecute them. We should really give them another chance here. We should we should insult the left, and we should do a counter revolution, and we should treat him like a regular, candidate. And now he's back. But the way he came back is and that is thanks to the Democrats. This is the Democrats' regime. This is Biden's regime. Anyway, they're back, and they attacked on the vectors of immigration, which is how they're getting race in, right? And transition. But both of those are about controlling a body, the body politic, the national body, the borders, right? Things need to be really defined. Things are one thing only. This is the major theoretical claim of fascism, or one of the major theoretical claims of fascism. Things are only one thing. I know that's a vague, weird sentence, but they're very stupid people. And
fascists claim that things are only one thing, and they are very stupid people, because they believe that a man cannot be a woman and a woman cannot be a man. They believe that things are only one thing. Mm-hmm.
Immigration, which is how they're getting race in, right? And transition. But both of those are about controlling a body, the body politic, the national body, the borders, right? Things need to be really defined. Things are one thing only. This is the major theoretical claim of fascism, or one of the major theoretical claims of fascism. Things are only one thing. I know that's a vague, weird sentence, but they're very stupid people. And as I started with, what is so beautiful about transition is that you cannot experience transition without knowing that everything is always many contradictory things. And some people forget it, and some
You cannot experience transition without also knowing that things can be contradictory things. Remember, when Vicky, they, them says transition, they don't mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. They mean transforming gender or transcending gender, because you realize that you are part of an oppressive system.
people unlearn it, and some, shout outs to the genders, and whatever. But we do have this experience that could teach us that. And then we have seen over the last 15 years that it has taught so many people that they have been at the forefront of all of these struggles, none of which have named transness as the thing they are fighting for. We have not had a pro-trans movement in this country in a direct way that has hit the streets. There's been stuff, I don't want to downplay the work we've done and the work that I can't talk about, but there's lots of stuff that we're doing that's really for trans people. But the social movements that have captured headlines, that have taken, the country, that have brought it to the brink of revolution, have not been by trans people, but trans people have been in the front lines every single time. And the experience of every social movement has produced more trans people.
I'm in the middle of writing the new edition of Normal Life and reflecting on the last 15 to 20 years since I wrote that book. And it's, bad news on all fronts. Like, things are so much worse even than they were then, except that there's so many more trans and non-binary people. And just in general, people are just getting weirder. And, I always think about how it's like, I hate those discourses about how people are born trans or born gay or born polyamorous or whatever, because I'm just like, no, actually, anyone could do it. It's coming for you. Okay, I want to.
They don't believe people are born trans or born gay or born polyamorous. Anyone can become trans or gay or polyamorous or queer. Can you guys hear my husband coming home and talking to the dog in the background? Let's listen again. Again, Dean.
Like, things are so much worse even than they were then, except that there's so many more trans and non-binary people. And just in general, people are just getting weirder. And, I always think about how it's like, I hate those discourses about how people are born trans or born gay or born polyamorous or whatever, because I'm just like, no, actually, anyone could do it. It's coming for you.
Anyone can do it, guys. It's coming for you. You're not born trans, you're not born gay, you're not born polyamorous. What Dean Spade really means there is queer, by the way. This is all queer activism talk. Those things all mean queer. Anyone can be queer, anyone can be trans, anyone can be gay, anyone can be polyamorous. You can learn to be trans, you can learn to be gay, you can learn to be polyamorous, and it's coming for you. We're coming for you, because they're talking about a political ideology. They are not talking about gender dysphoria. They're not talking about a mental illness. They're not even talking about who you're sexually attracted to. They are talking about a political ideology. Does everyone understand this? 1 in the chat if you understand this, 2 in the chat if this is confusing. It's okay to admit you're confused, but this is why we listen to things multiple times, so you can hear the language over and over and over again, so you can really understand how they talk about this. I'm not making this shit up. I'm just translating for you what they are talking about, and then when you hear them say it, you can recognize, oh, they're not talking about this thing in a simplistic way. Dietz, I need you to ask a question, bro. If you're confused, I need you to ask a question, though. Dietz, I see you putting 2 in the chat. Please ask a question so that we can understand how you're confused. Dietz, what is confusing? Dietz, what's confusing? If you just talk about why you're confused about it, we'll be able to help you. Even if it seems silly, I don't want you to, there's no shame in learning something new, guys. Everyone has to go through a process of learning this information, right? There's no shame in learning something new, but I need Dietz to answer the question. Because this is a political ideology. They're not talking about sexuality. Remember, these people believe that the term straight is about walking the straight and narrow and upholding capitalism. They do not believe that being gay is about fucking someone of the same sex as you. That's not what they believe it is about. They believe that everyone who is gay is rightfully a part of an oppressed group that is being oppressed by the capitalist system. And the fact that people who are gay don't support their political ideology, that means they are not truly gay. Because it's not about who you sleep with. It is about what is your political ideology. When they're saying you don't have to be born trans, they're saying it's not about having gender dysphoria. It's not about transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. They are saying anyone can learn to be queer. Anyone can learn to transform the gender binary into something else because they believe the gender binary was created by capitalism. You get it now? Yes, they are indeed coming for you. Yes, exactly. You have to really, and it's okay. And I'm really glad that Dees allowed us to kind of like go down that road, because I'm sure there are other people who are confused about this that were just not brave enough to say they were confused. But like, you really have to understand, this is a political ideology. It was never about getting married. They don't even support gay marriage in the first place. It was never about who you have sex with. That was never the point for queer activists. Queer is a political ideology. It is not about who you love. It is not about who you're in a relationship with. It is not about Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner, whatever. It is not about people like Blair White. It is not about any of that. It is about who aligns with the far left political ideology. And that is why you are not born that way. You can just become it. You can just choose to become it. You can just choose to embrace the radicalized queer political ideology. Hope that makes sense.
So many more trans and non-binary people. And just in general, people are just getting weirder. And, I always think about how it's like, I hate those discourses about how people are born trans or born gay or born polyamorous or whatever. Cause I'm just like, no, actually anyone could do it. It's coming for you. Okay, I want to soon open us up to questions, but I really, really want.
Okay, I'm gonna let this play. I really need to pee. I will be right back. Please let me know if I miss anything important while I am peeing. I'll be right back.
I want to ask you about your new book before I take questions from others. So I'm curious if you would just tell us a bit about your new book, about why you wrote it, what you hope it helps people understand. Like, why did you write a book about Disney, and what do we need to know?
I mean, so I'm really proud of the book. I'm really happy with it. I think it's really exciting. I think that it really intervenes in questions about cultural criticism in a way that I'm very proud of. So I want to be really clear about that. I'm also, as I said, I'm not an academic. I was hoping to get like a really big book deal so I could not also work day jobs. And I was like, Disney movies are popular. And people were like, that's that tranny who wrote about looting. We will not give her a contract. So it didn't work out like that. But I'm really happy to be with Anne at Haymarket again. Like, I think they've done an amazing job. I love the cover. I love the promotion. I love everything about it. So it's not to be ungrateful. Sorry, we got someone. But I also am like a movie girl. It's like one of the things I spend a lot of my time on. It was what I studied in the only time I was at school and undergraduate. I write about movies a lot. And I think that they, not just movies, but intellectual property and Disney in general, have shaped the world in a really, really fundamental way that I think has gone really underanalyzed, even among the anti-proprietarian left, right? Even among people who critique property.
Anti-proprietarian.
There's a reflexive defense of copyright a lot of times you see online because of a lot of small producers, small artists who feel like it's their only defense.
No, you guys have got to start. You've been around long enough to know the answer to this question, Gary. Are they using the word queer to hide their real intent? No. They're not using the word queer to hide. They're not saying we're going to trick the right wingers and we're going to change our language just to confuse our enemies and the right wingers. That's not what they're doing. That's like going to France, Gary, and saying, are these people in France just speaking French to confuse the Americans? That's what we're talking about here. They speak a different language. And again, you've been around long enough to know this, and I'm a little disappointed that you haven't picked up on this yet. Because if you really think we're hatching a plot where we just want to confuse the conservatives by using different language, that's literally like going to a foreign country and saying they're speaking a non-English language just to confuse the Americans. That sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? It sounds ridiculous to say people in France are speaking French just to confuse the Americans. People in China are speaking Mandarin just to confuse the Americans. People in Mexico are speaking Spanish just to confuse the Americans. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They're speaking the language of their country because it is the language of their country. That's their language. That is their culture. That is why they are speaking their language. They don't mean for people like us to watch this content. We are not supposed to be watching this content according to them. So then why would they be using this language in content that is only meant for other people like them if the whole goal is to trick us? It doesn't make any sense. You have got to learn and understand we are listening to people speak a different language. If you are confused, it is because you do not speak their language. The reason we watch this is to help you become fluent in their language so that you understand what they are saying when they are saying it.
Against a machine that, I mean, even before AI, that just like ruthlessly steals from artists all the time, right? So I think the way that I sort of talk about the stakes, because the book is a history of Disney told through 25 different Disney movies, kind of a little bit, is how I would describe it. And the hook I like to use is like, why are all superhero movies the same? And why did Disney and the rest of the movie industry send lobbyists in 2021 to stop the Biden administration from sharing the coronavirus vaccine with the rest of the world? And why are those answers to those questions the same? Because everyone knows about the superhero stuff. It's no problem. But people are shocked because even people who are pretty cynical about industry know that like COVID was devastating for the movie business, right? Theaters shut. It's extremely expensive to make, like, as people who know about movies know, that like every filming day is so expensive and you need everyone to be on top of it. It's a really, really time-bound process. And if the star of your movie gets COVID, that's 3 weeks that you just lose out of shooting schedule. Like, it's just so important and so expensive. And what people need to know about Disney is that Disney's not in the movie business and largely never has been. Maybe not since 1939, maybe 40, I would say. And what they're in is they're in the intellectual property business. And other corporations in the intellectual property business include Nike, Philip Morris, Big Pharma is in it. Monsanto, or what are they called now? They got bought out because Monsanto got such a bad rap during Occupy. I can never remember their new name. But, ag tech, most of Facebook, Meta is in the intellectual property business, right? OpenAI is in the intellectual property business. What they own is not actually means of production in the way that we tend to think about it. In fact, what the intellectual property system has done, and I'm so sorry, we're so off the topic of where we went, but has done is produced a way for corporations to own the minimal amount of means of production.
No, it is not. No, guys. Do the French speak French just to confuse you? Do the Russians speak Russian just to confuse you? It's like, no. Just because you find it confusing does not mean they're hatching a plot where they are speaking their language in their private conversations that we're not supposed to watch to confuse you. It has nothing to do with you at all. It has to do with this is their language. Why would they change their language to make it easier for you to understand when they don't even want you watching their content? You are not the audience for this. It is, if you are confused, it is because you do not speak their language. And again, Kev, you've been around a long fucking time. I'm surprised you don't know this by now. Like, has nothing to do with you. The same language exists in all of their academic texts. The same language is spoken at all their fucking events. The same language is in every single one of these talks we watch. They barely even talk about conservatives. You think they hatched a whole fucking plot to trick people? They barely even talk about conservatives.
And make the maximum amount of profit. Nike, for example, they maybe own their offices where their executives are, or they probably lease them, right? And then there's a contractor who does their designs, and there's a contractor who sends that design to a contractor in Hong Kong, who then finds another contractor who makes the fabrics, who then ships it to another contractor who then sews them into things. Then there's a truck that's also on a contractor, right? That like takes it in a container to a pre-sold container ship run by, you know, an international crew flagged in the Maldives that like comes around the country. And then like finally, when the shirt gets to the Nike store, they own the shirt at that point. But like, you know, the janitor who cleans the Nike store also doesn't work for Nike, right? So Nike owns very, very little, which means they have very, very little material costs and they have extreme profit. And the only reason that works, the only way that works is through international systems of law around piracy, around copyright, around trademark and patent. Disney has been somewhat infamous for being a major part of extending copyright law. People know about this sort of reflexively. You know, copyright used to expire after 28 years when Disney was founded. Now it expires 100 years or 75 years after the death of the creator, meaning that there's functionally no public domain ever, right? Mickey Mouse just came into public domain because Steamboat Willie was released in 1929, right? So like, you know, there's just no, it's 95 years, right? So like that ownership and that control is narrativized within Disney movies. And it is reflected in the aesthetics, which is why all the superhero movies look the same because of the intellectual property regime, which I won't get into all of it, but that's what the book's about. But it's fun. I promise. Every chapter is just like a review.
Intellectual property is another form of capitalism. We discussed that earlier. That's why he's ranting about intellectual property.
You have a different Disney movie and how it's actually about corporate policy. And it's just a deep reading of Disney movies that you love. And that I love movies. I don't love Disney movies as a whole, but like I am a fan. These movies shaped me too, right? We were all shaped by Disney if you grew up in America. I mean, not all of us, but a vast majority of us. And the argument is, how were we shaped by a property regime? And how could we imagine a form of art and creativity and culture that gave us more ideas for liberation and for beauty? It's not to deny the power of those things over us. I can't. I wouldn't want to. But it's to say we deserve better and we can make better, but we do have to reject the property regime.
Yeah, I loved the book. And I have like very low relationship to movies and to Disney, but I found it to be completely compelling. And I know it'll be really amazing for teaching to students and reading groups because people have such strong relationships to these characters and these images. And it's your writing. So it's so compelling and interesting and entertaining and full of stories, just like In Defense of Looting. And so it's a way to wrap our heads around. Like, to me, it's like literally about how does the world actually work, told through Disney. Like in the same way, In Defense of Looting is like, how does the world actually work? And that's what I think we all long for because we live under delusions about liberalism and law and order. So it's so important to me. So I want people to start thinking about their questions and putting them in the chat or getting ready to raise their hands. But I want to tell you one more thing before that, Vicky, that's just like really on my mind. You know, I listen to like random charismatic nonfiction books at night sometimes when I can't sleep. And I was listening to one last night and I heard, I'm not going to give you the title because I can't defend this book because I only hear parts of it while I'm sleeping. But
well, why would they use the language in their private groups then if it's just to confuse other people? I mean, just because someone thinks they're superior, that doesn't mean they're hatching a plot to trick you. I think there's a lot of things being inferred in that. I disagree with the interpretation, like vehemently.
One thing I heard was this part about
Appreciate
how
you, Kev, of course,
research that I never heard of. Research looking at like weapons and injury patterns and stuff show that before the Vietnam War, most of the time in wars, people have a very hard time actually killing each other. So even when people are facing each other in the battle, they aim aside, they fire their weapons in ways that are ineffective, that people deeply have a hard time hurting one another. And that because of this research, the United States government in the Vietnam War began to train soldiers differently to really try to change their capacity to hurt other people. And I feel this is like a profound thing, especially because this podcast in many ways is about relationships and resistance and about how we get shaped by dominant systems and how we might reshape social relations and ourselves. And the things you were saying about Minneapolis and the things you were saying about trans people meeting each other in the resistance and being able to comprehend the possibility of transition and your own experience of being influenced to be allowed to transition by people you met in the resistance. I'm just curious if you would speak a bit to this. I feel like this is also central to anarchism and something about how we make the world together and how the very micro of our social relations relates to the possibility of transforming the worst forms of domination. And I just want to hear you speak about that, and then it'll be time for others' questions.
Yeah. I think sometimes I come off as optimistic about possibility. I mean, I think I argue more optimistically for the power of revolutionary struggle than a lot of people do, and popular struggle. And I think I tend to, if anything, overvalue moments of resistance when they happen. But I mean, I don't think it's overvalued, but I would accept that might be the case, who knows? But I think part of what I've learned from 15 years in direct street level struggle stuff, organizing, oh God, it's more like 18, 20. Don't tell anyone. I just set this up. Anyway, there's been this internal process in me, actually. This is quite intimate, I guess, what I'm about to say, but it's 2026. What do you got to lose, other than everything, other than the world, what we always had to lose. In the 2010s, if folks who are older remember, I know you remember this, Dean, there were these series of struggles starting maybe in 2009 with Oscar Grant, but definitely in 2011 with Occupy, where there would be this really big wave of attention and action and activity and organizing, and then it would sort of fall off, right? And it would feel like it had returned to normal. And there was all this despair and all this conflict, and there's a whole book to write about post-movement despair that someone should write about how that so often destroys us. But personally, for me, every time that happened, when the movement was on, I would find myself with so much energy, and I would be in the street, and I would be so active, and I would be meeting people and doing everything every day. I'd be full of passion and excitement. And the meeting would leave the streets, and it'd be a year or two, and I'd be like, oh my God, have I become a reactionary? I just go to work. I don't go to activist demos. I don't do I'm not doing this. And then another moment in my city would become compelling, and then I would again be in the street, and I would be doing all my energy into it, and I'd be writing, and I'd be so inspired, and I'd be so passionate, I'd be sure we were going to win this time, and I'd be really remembering all the micro histories, and then we would leave the street, and then 18 months would pass, and I go damn, I guess I really I'm liberal now, I'm not really organizing, I'm not part of anything really strong, and then so anyways, you get the picture. And eventually I started to trust myself. I was like, no, when something real needs to happen that I can participate in, I believe that I will answer that call. And part of that believing came from transitioning, and part of transitioning was part of believing that I was capable of that. And those things were, it's chicken and egg, or trans girl and egg, whatever you want to say. And in fact, the way I transitioned was that I was at a trans health festival, a trans health organizing thing that I had come to because I had all these abolitionist comrades who were also trans people. And I was there the second day, shout out to Action for Trans Health in Manchester, UK. And I was like, it's so funny, I'm the only cis person in this room, but I'm so comfortable. Oh, but again, that whole chain of events, to get me to that moment, was very political, but I was not particularly engaged in queer or feminist politics directly. I was not particularly engaged in trans politics, except for in that sort of moment increasingly, and I found my way to who I was and to the people I wanted to be around through it. And that has changed my life in such deep, profound ways. And in some ways, I've been very lucky to be at the center of sort of big social movements in certain ways, and to have been in the right place at the right time a few times in ways that really changed me. That was powerful. But also, I have learned what I want from life in the process of struggling, and then have learned how to build relationships with people in that process as well. And maybe there are probably easier ways to learn. There are certainly more lucrative ways to live your life financially, but I just know that for myself, and I know what's possible, and I know what kind of transformations are possible. And I've watched it happen to other people, and I've watched how much people can change in the face of being given the opportunity to relate differently. And I think there are very few people on this earth who lack that capacity. Now, unfortunately, a bunch of them are controlling most of the countries right now. It's really a bummer. Like some of the least, like
Really a
RFK
bummer.
Jr. probably will never experience human connection and never can. It seems pretty clear. But like, I think there's hope for almost everyone else, and if we look at the sort of long scope of history, and again, I'm not a Leninist. In fact, I don't like the Bolsheviks, but Lenin in December of 1916, for folks who don't know, the Russian Revolution breaks out February 1917. Lenin is saying in a letter in December 1916, I will never live to see a revolution, right? The guy who's the great prophet of revolution had this fear 2 months before his revolution pops off, right? That's not to like dunk on him. It's just to say that like we have no, because 1905 felt like it. That's where Trotsky, like it was like 1905 was going to be it. And then they got defeated. And they're like, that's it, we've lost. History is weirder and more chaotic and more unknown than any of us really want to handle. And I think the reason that I am able to stay and struggle is because I know that uncertainty is beautiful. That uncertainty has produced the sexiest women this world has ever seen. The uncertainty of what is possible has produced the most beautiful music and art and social scenes that have ever existed. Even under the boot of total ecocide and total capitalist control, we continue to live beautiful, strange lives. All of us together, caring for one another, knowing each other, and building networks of resistance and love. And if we can do it, everyone can do it. I'm not that special. I got lucky, like I said, to be in the right place at the right time a few times, but everyone can do that. And I will believe that to the day I die.
I feel it comes through in all of your writing, and so much of In Defense of Looting is these stories about people who really risked everything to do things together, even though they didn't know what
I
was
just want
gonna
to point
happen.
this out.
And that's the only way we get.
I just want to point this out. And I can't believe we still have another 20 minutes of this podcast, by the way. But I just want to point this out. Most people on the right, if they took one look at Vicky Osterweil, they would say, that person is dominant narcissist and they're a paid protester and they are mentally ill. And they would dismiss Vicky entirely based on how they look. One in the chat if you think Vicky is someone who should be dismissed as a stupid narcissist that is just paid to say this and is mentally ill. 2 in the chat if you think that Vicky is a rather intelligent person that has come to bizarre conclusions but is extremely influential in convincing other people that that is reality, and perhaps Vicky should be taken seriously. 1 in the chat if you think that Vicky is dumb and mentally ill and stupid. 2 in the chat if you think that Vicky is actually rather smart and probably fucking dangerous in what they them are doing. This is why we listen to them. If you do not understand them, if you do not understand what they believe, if you refuse to sit down and listen, do you know how many people I hear from on like a daily basis? I don't know how you listen to that. I can't do it. It makes me want to throw up. It's boring. It's stupid. I don't want to. Okay, well, then you are going to be ignorant of what is going on in the world, and you are going to be completely unhinged from reality, and you're going to make a lot of shit up that is just not true and not grounded in truth, all because you cannot sit and listen to someone you don't like the look of. By the way, guys, we're still 30 channel memberships away from the goal today. I just want to point this out. I would really like, I have taught now a 3.5 hour class. If I have taught you anything in the course of this stream, if I've made you look at something differently, if I've shown you things that no one else on the internet is showing you, because literally, would you see this content? If no, that's not true, buddy. Stop making shit up. Would you see this content? No. This is not true. Vicky is absolutely a 5. There is no universe in which Vicky is not a 5. So again, when you are new here, your better bet is to ask questions rather than making shit up. Because if you make shit up, I'm going to call you out on it and I'm going to make you feel dumb. Okay? So, do you guys want to finish the video? You guys want to finish the last 20 minutes of the video? Can we get 30 more channel memberships to finish the last 20 minutes of the video, or should I take the rest of the night off? If I've taught you anything tonight, if I've shown you content no one else on the internet is showing you, if I've taken 3 hours of my time to give you a class on what the left believes, if I have dispelled the mythology that is in conservative media by just sitting here and watching their content with you and breaking it down, can we get 30 more channel memberships to finish the last 20 minutes of the video? Do you guys want to watch Q&A or no? Yeah, I can go play with my dog. I can go eat dinner. I can watch Whatnot. Well, I wrote the fucking graph. I created the framework, and I am telling you that Vicky Osterweil is a 5. Vicky Osterweil is a revolutionary queer Marxist. There is no universe in which Vicky Osterweil is a progressive. So you are misreading the chart, and you don't understand what you're looking at, because I wrote the fucking chart, and I know what it says. W's in the chat for Tolkien fan, gifting a channel membership. Ding, ding, ding over on Rumble, gifted a channel membership. W's to ding, ding, ding on Rumble. Appreciate you over there, bro. $28 more. We need 28 more channel memberships to finish the video. I'll watch it on my own, guys. I don't need to sit here with you and watch it. We got 120 people in the chat right now. You telling me that I haven't taught 28 people something they didn't know before and they can't throw in $5 to gift out a channel membership? I don't believe that. Origami, 5 channel memberships. W, Origami, thank you. But see, I love this. I gave Buddy a reprimand. I gave him a stern dressing down and he gifted 5 channel memberships. Fucking love it. W, Buddy, 5 gifted channel memberships. What a fucking king. What a fucking legend. All right, we need 18 more. 18 more. Do-do-do. 18 more memberships for more than 18 more minutes of content. I'll tell you that. Russell in with the W. Thank you, Russell, for the gifted channel membership. Appreciate it. Ooh. Anthony in with another one. Anthony, W, thank you for that. Appreciate that, bro. 16 more. 3 people donate 5 channel memberships. We're basically there, guys. Just going to chill for a moment. We'll see if you guys want to finish the video, honestly. Guys, I'm not going to do a channel membership tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're watching the Kino Casino publicly, okay? Tomorrow, we are doing Spy Stream at 5:30 p.m. If you have a channel membership or are gifted a channel membership, you will be invited to Spy Stream tomorrow at 5:30. I will be streaming the Kino Casino later that night. We do not have a channel membership goal tomorrow. So I'm not going to be yelling at you guys and Catholic guilting you into donating stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow's like a free fucking day. Okay? Got to get them in now. Buddy, another 5. W, thank you for that. Thank you, Milo, for the gifted channel membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, we're 10 away. We're 10 away. 10 more channel memberships. We can finish the video. Tolkien fan. In with the 1 channel membership. W. Melissa with a W. That's 1. Liberty with a W. That's 1. 7 more, guys. 7 more people. 7 more. 7 more people throwing $5 in the gifted channel membership. And we win. Yo! Axehead! W! 5. Axehead gets us to within 2. See, that's how it works, guys. Teamwork makes the dream work. Can we get 2 more? 2 more. We got a 10. You know what, Dr. Zeus? We got a 10 from you. I'll count it. Okay? I'll count that towards our channel memberships. That means you guys did it. See? I knew you guys could do it. 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 W chat, W everyone who gifted a channel membership. Oh, we got another 5. Old sub! Old sub comes in with a 5! Yo! Old sub W! Thank you, old sub. We love you. Thank you. Okay. We can finish the video. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you very, very much. I know I have to beg and cajole you sometime, and I have to Catholic guilt you and all that stuff, but I can't do this if it's not funded, guys. So thank you for allowing me to do it. Thank you for funding this stuff. Thank you for allowing me to spend so much time with you. I really do appreciate it.
Get to do stuff. And that, I think that is what it's like to be trans, is to be like, I'm going to give up everything and accept extreme risk because it's more important to be free than to have things be slightly theoretically more known.
Imagine anyone braver than someone voluntarily and socially transitioning in the year 2026, and yet people are doing it constantly. That's the bravest. I literally can't imagine like a braver choice on some level.
I think it's interesting being my age and seeing how a lot of people are so scared by the legal attacks, and having lived at a time when trans people were so underground and so illegal in a different way. It is it's different to be like everyone's favorite target right now. But I just want people to know that we've always had to take care of each other, and those things were false promises that were barely implemented anyway. Anyway, does anyone have a question for Vicky about any of the things we've discussed or other things, because she is actually an oracle and the answer king? Okay, cool. Here is a question in the chat.
How sweet is that from Buddy? Karlyn, yell at me all you like. You are worth more than the biggest diamond on. I think you meant whatnot, but you can buy stuff on WhatsApp too. In fact, I frequently talk to people in China on WhatsApp and buy stuff from them. So thank you, Buddy. Very nice of you to say.
I'm going to read it out loud. As an anarcho-feminist media scholar, I frequently struggle with the question of medium specificity in terms of corporate capture/control of specific forms of cultural production, film, video games, etc. I'd love to hear your thoughts on whether there's a medium in which representation/imaginative radical thinking can still happen. Or is there a better question to start with? For context,
good, buddy.
I currently teach media writing and have adjusted my class to cover audio drama because the film industry is so fraught.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like all of us who do creative work sure hope the answer is yes, right? Whatever field we work in. I think I tend to take an approach and I'm sure you're familiar as a media scholar with, Stuart Hall in his Notes on the Popular, maybe his most famous essay. And this is a paraphrase of his, I'm not quoting him right, where he says, yesterday's revolutionary anthem is today's greatest hit, right? There were people in the Weather Underground who were making bombs to Jefferson Airplane, and that same song now sells cars, right? That's not the fault of the song exactly. It's not exactly the fault of the song. So one of my chapters in the book, not to flog the thing, is about the movie Black Panther, which on its face, politically, is like, wouldn't it be rad if Obama had a perfect technology? Like the happy ending of that movie is that Wakanda opens a charter school on the grounds of a former housing estate in San Francisco, right? Like it could not have been a less liberatory structural narrative in that movie, right? And yet, because of the energy of the actors, of the costume and production design, and because of the energy of audiences that were seeing it at the moment and were confronting it at its moment in 2018 at the nadir of sort of the first Trump administration's seeming control. It was they were at their pinnacle. It was the nadir of hope in some ways when that movie came out. I think like it led to real social movement of a real kind. Like it wasn't phony. Like people in the street were like, Black folks in the street were giving each other the Wakanda greeting, were like organizing stuff. Like there was news about them using this thing, Movie Pass, which people don't remember. It was this app where they like thought they could Uberize movies, but they accidentally just gave us all free movie tickets for a few years before they figured it out. It was really great. And there was this rumor going around, I don't know if it's true, and I didn't have the capacity to do the research on it, that people were just buying tickets with Movie Pass because they were free and filling up screenings of Black Panther, right? Like as like no, obviously that bottom line went to Disney. So that money materially was not, in fact, going help, but it wasn't real money. That was MoviePass. It was venture capitalist money, not the people who were doing that's money, right? But I think the reason I'm talking about that is that then when Black Panther 2 comes out, it's just another movie. It's just part of the MCU, and the Black Panther franchise successfully added people.
Why does it not matter how many people will watch this podcast? Why doesn't it matter? Right-wingers are obsessed with like numbers because everything right-wing influencers do is about retweets and likes and clout and relevance. So they think that podcast viewers are all that matters. Why doesn't it matter how many people will actually watch this video? Pop quiz. There's thousands of these podcasts. Why else? Why else doesn't it matter? Why doesn't it matter? It is about those who really want to learn it. I mean, that was true. They meet up in real life. True. They are in classrooms educating people. Dean Spade is a college professor at the Seattle University School of Law. They believe it. Why else, guys? Why does it not matter? Please give me better answers than this, because your answers have kind of sucked so far. It is documentation, but I need people to think bigger. The goal isn't to get clicks, it's to provide accessible educational material. Yes. Small numbers of organizers can organize a large number of people. Yes. Well, they are winning, but why are they winning? Okay. Obviously, we're not going to get to the answer I'm looking for. It does not matter how many people watch this podcast, because this podcast is representative of the views of the far left. It is not about this podcast. It is about understanding the broader views of the far left. What you hear on this podcast is what the far left believes. It is not just about these two individuals. They are telling you what the collectivist left believes. They are telling you and breaking down what the language means, not just for these two people, for the entire fucking left. So it does not matter how many people watch this specific video. It's not about this specific video. It is about what does the left believe? What are their talking points? What does their language mean? And how is it being applied in the real world? Dean Spade and Vicky Osterweil are two of the most influential queer Marxists in the country. They do lectures all over the country. They do lectures at colleges all over the country. They write a fuck ton of books. They are highly influential. They teach college classes. Dean Spade is a college professor. So, whether you like it or not, you cannot dismiss the impact of these ideas by saying, no one watches their podcast anyway. They're irrelevant. They're not irrelevant. They're not. As evidenced by the fact that they are teaching your children. They have taken over your children's schools. They have taken over the colleges and universities. They are kicking the Trump administration's ass. So it doesn't fucking matter how many views they get on their podcast, because the podcast is not the fucking point. The podcast is simply a vehicle that we have to get insight into their world. That is why it doesn't fucking matter.
People of color to an extremely white movie universe and gave some cover to it. So like both of those things are happening. And that's obviously the pinnacle of like repressive movie apparatus. So if that can happen with like Black Panther or like The Purge, right? Which was like The Purge was like a big point of reference for folks. I keep talking about 2014 in Baltimore, but it was like a point of reference for them. If movies like that can have those effects, then I think we end up being in a situation where the actual text of the thing what's happening with franchisization and intellectual property control that you point to, and especially in video games too, in all these places, and pouring these huge amounts of money into these things, is it gives executives a lot more control over the creatives, right? There's a long-standing war of like producers versus creatives in movies, but it's true, it's music companies and producers versus there's artists in the music world, right? There's a similar class struggle internal to our cultural industries, right? And what we're seeing in the current moment is real executive power. They have real control over the image making, over the meaning and the way it is told. And I agree with you that like, if you're going to Hollywood for your politics, like you're going to be sus. Like I like movies with good liberatory politics that do occur sometimes and I'm into them. And also like often I'm reading them against their own grain, or I'm finding what Deleuze in his film studies calls a line of flight, right? Which is a way out of the main sort of meaning that's happening. So is there any particular medium? All of them have the potential depending on the modes of their production. And all of them at the moment have extremely captured modes of production, right? And the video game industry is currently like dying, right? I mean, like largely like it's falling apart. There's sort of 10 AAA games that are forever games, and then everything else is sold like a service game. And anyway, I'm a big believer in medium specificity. I love movies about movies. I love books about books. I think it's really interesting and valuable, and it can often lead to more revolutionary or liberatory ways of thinking. But if you look at Peter Watkins' La Commune, which is my favorite movie of all time from 2000, a big part of that movie is all the actors in it talking about what it's like to make a movie together through the process, right? So I love that, and I think it does offer a lot. But no, I don't think there's any medium that is more or less innately repressive. But I do think that the more money it takes to get the product to market, if you will, the more likely it is to bleed out any interesting and revolutionary ideas. And the more DIY you can do it, and of course that's really hard because we're all broke as hell, but the more that you can do it with friends and collectively or without money or both, the more likely you are to be able to do it, whatever the medium is. And I think like, one of the things about movies that's cool is it's really cheap to get a nice shot now. Like it's tragic that movies look so bad, that like Hollywood movies are so ugly. Like they're just so ugly now. They're so ugly that people were like, the Barbie movies are revelation. It's like, you just haven't seen saturated color in 15 years. Like it's not that exciting. But like, there are so many technological and social possibilities, but we're never going to be able to be mainstream with any of it in a real way. And I think embracing doing stuff for your friends and for your community in a local way, as I've gotten older, it's made more and more sense. Like I'm just like, well, like I live in Philly. Like when I was in New York before, people got famous from their writing and their art. It doesn't happen in Philly in the same way, right? Like there aren't the same, sort of career ladders in the same way for creatives. And everyone here is doing more creative stuff all the time, and they're doing it for their friends. And I live a life with more art and creativity in it than I did in New York.
I'm going to share two questions from the chat.
Oh,
I think
got
they're
it.
kind of
Generic
overlapping.
soy milk. Got it.
So the first one says, for you, how does your day-to-day show up in your relationships, your own sustainability in finishing projects as huge as a book / change work, and overall connection to others?
Old sub, you put this so succinctly. It's beautiful. It doesn't matter how many people are watching this podcast. They are repeating their philosophy that's already out there. So it makes no difference how many people are watching this specific thing, because they're simply regurgitating the philosophy that is already pervasive in the ecosystem. Correct.
How has that changed for you over time? And what are some of your sticking points in connection to others now during these acute moments, if that feels comfortable to answer? And then I just want to add the second one, wondering if you could talk a bit more about how your intellectual practice is informed by being in movement, and as you mentioned then, by transness, and how this has changed over time. So I think there's maybe some things that are overlapping in both.
Definitely. Wow. Yeah. So the first question, first of all, writing a book is an extremely perverted thing to do. It's a very strange behavior to take up. Any sort of creative project is. That's complimentary.
Perverted.
But I am weird, and it is a weird thing to do with your time. So there's that. I think
You did not get banned on the other one. So I don't know what's going on, but there is no reality in which you got banned on the other account. There's not a single mod that would have banned you. I didn't ban you. You did not get banned on the other account. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. I just wanted to say that I've written several books. I do not find it to be a perverted activity. I don't even know what point is being made by that.
I think like I've just been doing it for longer. So I without being too clear about some stuff I'm still doing right now, I was very involved in Occupy, as I referred to. I was very involved with the 2013, 2015 Black Lives Matter stuff, in those movements and prison abolition movement.
Bro, I'm telling you, and I need you to listen to what I'm saying. I am the only person who permanently bans people on this channel. The mods do not permanently ban anyone. I do all the permanent banning. I did not ban you. You are not banned on your other account. That is not reality.
And I got really, really burned by groups of people who I thought were my friends in the wake of certain kinds of drama that happened around politics, like nothing, it wasn't even interpersonal. It was actually about like political differences and stuff. But I got really burned. And then for years, I said to myself,
guys,
and to anyone,
okay, I need everyone to stop making shit up in the chat. YouTube does not ban people from chat. That is not real. YouTube is very aggressive in censorship, and there ain't shit I can do about it, but that is not the same thing as being banned in the chat. Now, can we all refocus on the actual video? No one got permanently banned. I don't know why that guy's making shit up, and now I kind of want to permanently ban him if we're going to continue to distract the chat by making shit up. No, what you're talking about is a timeout. A timeout is not the same as a ban.
One who would ask, like, I think it's better if your comrades and your friends aren't the same people, right? Like, I had to believe that because I had these sort of social worlds where I was much more comfortable. And then in the political world, I just couldn't trust them. I couldn't trust them. And, and that was horrible. And I think a lot of people have that experience. And I hear some of that in that question. And the project I work on now is the exact opposite. Without saying any more, it's the opposite of that. I am extremely interconnected with the community that I work in politically, socially. In fact, in some ways it feels, even though it didn't start as this, it feels like its strength, its beating heart is the community that we've built together, the small group of core organizers, right? And I think that those would survive the project ending, those relationships now, unless it ended in a really ugly way, which obviously happens, hope, inshallah. So anyways, so for me, it was literally like, it was a really long process of like learning about myself and like learning about how I was comfortable and making big choices, like my comrades won't be my best friends. And then like seeing where that left me and like taking risks and making changes. And like, my most intimate, relationship, like I share it with another writer and organizer revolutionary, and we were always comrades. So it's not quite like as clean cut as that. But I think, Dean, you're very right to bring in that second question, because now I'm starting to answer the second question just in trying to answer the first. Very wise of you. That like, it was precisely in the process of learning how to maintain myself, learning how to maintain these energies, learning how to maintain relationships outside of or alongside creative projects. In the last 3 years, like I wrote a book, maintained a full-time job, a few gigs, started CAW, and all of those were easier than helping me run this change project that I work on. Like we're less time intensive. Like, and that was bananas. And I do not think people should do that. It was too much, but I didn't burn out. And I didn't burn out because I trusted myself and I trusted my friends and I trusted my partner. And when I had to, I took steps back from where I could.
Are you saying you banned him? Why would you do that? I'm very confused about why you would ban him. Okay. Oh my God. I'm going to have to fucking unban everyone on the fucking channel now. God fucking damn it. Okay. Mods, I need to make something very clear to you. Okay. You're kidding? Okay. Well, I thank God, because I was about to lose my shit. No offense, old sub, and I love you and I adore you and I appreciate all the support you send in. But for the mods, you've got to understand. I cannot unban individual people when they get banned on the YouTube channel. I can't do it. It's fuck off impossible. YouTube does not have an easy way to do this. Therefore, I am the only person that bans people, because if a mod accidentally bans someone, that is not a mistake that I can correct unless it is corrected in the moment that it happens, okay? I do not want at this juncture to unban everyone that I've ever banned on this channel for being a massive retard. I just don't want to do it. So please do not force me because you made a dumb mistake or you didn't like someone or you were pissed off. Do not permanently ban people on the channel. I'm the only one that can do that. No mods are allowed to do that. I understand you were kidding. That's cool. But like,
and I just trusted that that stuff would happen and that it would be there when I needed to come back. And the reason I was able to trust that was the process I described earlier, where I learned about myself that like, okay, I will, when I have the energy, I'll show up. And I just trusted myself to do that. And do I wish I could have learned that without also having burned out a few times over that decade? Definitely. Like those were very expensive ways to learn that. Similarly, like transition is a really difficult way and an expensive, quote unquote, expensive, emotionally expensive way to learn some of these lessons. And I wish that we didn't, that all.
You didn't have to do that. Old sub, you didn't have to do that, bro. You didn't have to do that. You really didn't have to do that. W's to old sub coming in like a fucking legend. You didn't have to do it. I do appreciate it. Obviously. Thank you for the 10 gifted channel memberships. You really didn't have to do that, bro. It was totally fine. It really is. It was totally fine. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
All the suffering that is involved in some of that stuff wasn't necessary for learning it and wasn't a part of it because it's such a joyous, beautiful thing to do. And it's such a wonderful way to spend your time transing your gender and your sex because they're the same or neither exist, whatever, however you like it. I'm not going to stake a claim here, please, on this T-Dove. But, I think that, life is a mess of all the things we do and all the relationships we have and all the feelings we have and everything. And things aren't cleanly separate from each other. And I think my skill, Dean has been extremely complimentary. I think my skill in political thought is just able to shift perspective. I think I'm able to like see the really micro and the really macro and to like be able to look at them both at the same time without valuing one or the other. And like, that's cool. Like that is a very special skill I have. Like, I'm not trying to pretend that that's easy. Like, I know it's not for lots of people, but I think what that has taught me is that everything's too soon to tell. Like, it's too soon to tell what's working. We won't know until long after we're dead whether the things we did in this earth worked. And we know immediately because we know how they make us feel and we know what happens in our relations and we know what happens in the world around us in its smallest form. And both of those things are true, even though they're completely contradictory, right? I know at this exact moment that everything I've done up till now has been effective to bring me here. And I have no idea if it will have had a positive effect in the long term. And I can never know it. I can never know whether it has been effective towards the goals I want. Probably. I can probably never know. On some small ones, maybe I'll have a sense, but you understand what I'm saying? Maybe we'll have a big revolution that's really exciting and I'll be 80 and I'll die the next day. And then the day after that, the counter revolution happens, right? Like, I'll never know. I'll never know because everything changes and everything is in flux and it's messy and it's gross and it's weird. But our relationship to ourselves and to other people is the building block. It is the basic unit of all of that. And if you can shift that perspective, you can see that, that meme about the guy with the tiny domino and the giant domino, like if you can see that the tiny domino is like treating yourself and the people around you with love and kindness and respect. And then like the domino is like you become a revolutionary, writing anti-capitalist screeds and then talking to lovely people on podcasts or whatever. I just think that that's a life. I want to live a life of adventure and joy and pleasure and beauty. And this world really doesn't want me to. Me specifically as a Jewish transsexual anarchist, but all of us, it really doesn't want us to live that life.
Me as a Jewish transsexual anarchist.
And joy and pleasure and beauty. And this world really doesn't want me to. Me specifically as a Jewish transsexual anarchist, but
Jewish transsexual anarchist. Obviously, we love Jews on this channel. No anti-Semitism allowed. I disavow all anti-Semitism, and we love bagels. And the Holocaust happened exactly like they said it did in school. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. It was a horrible tragedy, worst tragedy in the history of humanity. It is the worst thing that's ever happened. All of you need to go to a Holocaust museum immediately. Gas chambers totally have wooden doors. Do not question any of it. We were told the 100% truth at all times regarding that particular event, and if you question anything, then you are an anti-Semite, and we don't allow anti-Semitism on this channel. Also, ding 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 has reminded me that my commentary is a work of satirical fiction, and any resemblance to real places or situations is purely coincidental or exaggerated for comedic effect. Lightning bolts in the chat, please, if you would be so kind.
That's a life. I want to live a life of adventure and joy and pleasure and beauty. And this world really doesn't want me to. Me specifically as a Jewish transsexual anarchist, but all of us, it really doesn't want us to live that life. And like, fuck the world. I don't give a shit. I'm going to live a life of beauty and joy and adventure every moment that I can. And the way that I'm going to do that is by making that life available for other people. And I know that that's the most effective way to do it because I've tried a lot of other things. I've just tried stuff. You just got to try stuff. Have ADHD. You know, it works real good. Just try lots of different things. That's been my method. Just try stuff and see what happens. And I don't mean there are no consequences. I don't mean your actions don't matter. I don't mean, you know, to de-responsibilize or whatever. I'm not trying to be over romantic about, you know, you can't just do whatever you want and like that, whatever. But like, also, if you make a mistake, you are alive the next day still. Hopefully the mistake's not so bad. And like, you have to live with it. And like, you can either deny that it happened or you can try to learn from it. And like, the longer you try to learn from your experiences and the longer you try to have new experiences, or you try to have old experiences you know you love, and you don't beat yourself up for doing the same thing again, because that can be it too. Sometimes you gotta just trust yourself that you want to just sit and watch your favorite TV show again and brain rot. Like, you know, sometimes that's what you need to do, because looking outside is too hard. Like whatever it is, meeting the world with compassion and kindness and generosity and curiosity. I don't know. I think you pretty quick end up being like, yeah, we should burn this motherfucker down. I think you end up in a, like, you know, I think what's really scary for them is that like love, compassion, kindness, and generosity is what makes me think that looting is like a really effective tactic. And that,
remember, guys, conservatives would have you believe that leftists don't have jobs. Nope, not correct. Thanks, Tiffany.
we should like riot and destroy property, you know, and that's going to be a necessary part of us finding freedom.
Oh, wait. Did we just almost miss that? We should riot and we should destroy property. And that's going to be a necessary part of finding our freedom. Hang on. Again, please, Vicky, Jewish transsexual anarchist, please.
Like, you know, I think what's really scary for them is that like love, compassion, kindness, and generosity is what makes me think that looting is like a really effective tactic, and that we should like riot and destroy property, you know, and that's going to be a necessary part of us finding freedom.
I think probably like when I'm hearing you talk, and this was so beautiful, I'm thinking about how every time I see you, you give me all these incredibly cute and funny stickers that you've made. And to me, this is just a broader part of your practice, which is that like things should be cute and fun and sparkly and funny. And this thing you're saying, you know, is the center of what this podcast is about and what my work is about so often, which is just like things are objectively horrible. Like the conditions are really, really bad and scary. And doing the work on them is hard. It's just hard. People are difficult. We're imperfect. We make mistakes. We lack solidarity. We have conflicts. We have to do things like late at night and early in the morning. All of it's hard. And all we can do is like try to orient where possible our relationship to it. And I just love what you said about doing all the work you're doing and not being burnt out by it, even though in the past you've experienced burnout. Because what I believe is that burnout primarily comes from unresolved conflict and pain and disappointment and betrayal feelings with whoever we were working with, and cultivating resentment, which is what I've been doing workshops about lately. Like resentment is like a really reasonable response that people have to living under coercive conditions and experiencing lack of solidarity. And when we cultivate it, we get poisoned in ourselves. So we have to find ways to digest the grief of all the disappointments and betrayals and still orient towards possibility, what's fun. Oh, actually, I think I want to orient to a different tactic that excites me more right now. even though I've done this other one and been known to doing it for a long time, because we don't know what's going to work. And we have to somehow keep and build and grow capacities to like trust ourselves and other people, even though everybody fucks up all the time. And we've been trained to believe everybody's greedy and bad and dangerous to us, and that we should, isolate and individuate. It's just like, it's so deep what you're saying about how to maintain capacity to engage without pretending things are other than they are, and I think that so often people just ask me, how are we supposed to resist when we have to pay these outrageous rents that are the highest they've ever been, and food prices are the highest they've ever been, and gas prices? Like, the conditions are real, and yet resistance is our only option, and it makes your life better for all the reasons you said. Like, you might meet people who blow your mind and like are really fun to have sex with and are like wonderful friends and like change the way you think about things, and also who betray you and disappoint you and who expose to you that you've made huge mistakes that you didn't realize, and then that's really hard to face. Like, anyway, I just really appreciate you ending on this note, because I feel like it's a question a lot of people are deeply asking themselves, especially trans people who are living with the level of threat and fear that, is currently alive. Is there anything you want to say to conclude, Vicky?
No, I mean, I just think that like that's the question, is everyday life. Is like, how do you want to live? And that doesn't just mean in the future. It means right now. Thank you so much for having me on the podcast. Thank you so much to Alex for having me here. This has been really lovely. And I actually really needed this today. As Dean knows, I was having a rough one up until now. And I feel great because talking to Dean always makes me feel great. So thank you so much.
I feel the same way. It's just so moved by the decades of work of CLAGS to produce spaces of conversations that are so far beyond academia, so relevant to people's day-to-day resistance. Like, I really hope everybody can support CLAG's ongoing work and get involved with CLAG's events. And yeah, I'm really grateful to you, Vicky, for all of your relentless generosity to all of us, and so excited to celebrate your new book.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for being here.
Well. I think that was a pretty productive use of our time, wouldn't you say? One in the chat if you think that breaking down that hour-long episode with Dean Spade and Vicky Osterweil, where they said the quiet parts out loud several times. One in the chat if you feel like watching that was a really productive use of your time to understand what we're dealing with. Two in the chat if you think this was all a big waste of time. Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. Productive use of time? Yeah. Everyone learned something new today? 3 in the chat if you learned something new today. 4 in the chat if you didn't learn anything new. We got to change the numbers so we don't mix them up. 3 in the chat if you learned something new today. 4 in the chat if you didn't learn anything new. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Lots of 3s in the chat. Guys, I want to thank everyone who sent in a channel membership today. You guys rock. I wasn't sure we were going to hit our channel membership goal. If I'm being honest about it, I really didn't think we were going to make it until I kept guilt tripping you into it. And you did it because you knew we were spending our time doing something productive. I really do appreciate it. I am 100% funded by people like you. I cannot do this unless you allow me to do it by gifting channel memberships, sending in super chats, subscribing on the Substack, supporting on other platforms. Whatever you want to do, whatever works best for you, it is all very, very much appreciated. Thank you for allowing me to hold these classes in public, knowing that if I show up and if I give you amazing content for free that no one else on the internet is showing you, and I break it down and I teach you about it, you will return the favor and make sure I can do basic things like live and pay my mortgage and maybe even get a new car because my car is really fucking old and I really do need a new fucking car. Anyway. Tomorrow will be a little bit different. We will not be doing a stream at 5 p.m. like usual. We will be doing a spy stream around 5:30 p.m. Now, if you are a new channel member, I'm going to show you exactly how you get access to spy stream. If you just got your channel membership today, tomorrow for spy stream, I am going to be posting the link to our supporter exclusive spy stream in the post tab in the community. So what you do is you go to the channel homepage, you click into the post tab, and when you are a YouTube channel member, that will be at the top of the page tomorrow. It is not posted yet, but it will be posted before 5:30 tomorrow. So when it's time for Spy Stream at 5:30, go to the post tab on the YouTube homepage, and that is where you will find the link to come to Spy Stream. If you are on Substack, I will post it in the chat. If you are on Locals, I'll post it there. If you're on Patreon, I'll post it there. If you are on Twitter, I will post it there. If you are on Rumble, just come to the Rumble channel at 5:30 and it will pop right up, or it'll pop up whenever I start the stream. So you guys are all taken care of. So that is what we're doing tomorrow at 5:30 is we are doing a supporter exclusive Spy Stream. You are not going to want to miss the Spy Stream. It's going to be fucking awesome. And then later tomorrow night, we have the return of the Kino Casino. PPP is back from vacation. They are doing the Kino Casino tomorrow. And we will be watching that for dessert later in the day, probably around 8:30 or so, which I think when they actually get the show started, we will be doing another Nitwits episode and enjoying the Kino Casino, continuing to drag the shit out of the quartering, who just had a massive meltdown on Twitter yesterday. And so the Kino Casino's got a lot to catch up on. They got a lot to talk about, and I'm really looking forward to it. You guys looking forward to it? One in the chat if you're looking forward to Kino Casino tomorrow. 2 in the chat if you think it's dumb. Let me know. Let me know. Old Sub in with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Old Sub. To the Dr. K Vacation Fund, a European riverboat cruise is highly recommended. Maybe I will. But I'm going to get a new car first. Okay, let me get the car situation taken care of. My husband's very excited about it. Let me get all that sorted first. I actually really I legitimately need a new car more than I need a vacation. I'll tell you that. My car is old and it sucks, and I've dealt with it for this long because I don't actually drive it all that much. But I actually, in real life, need a new fucking car. So that's what we're going to deal with first. And my husband's going to work it out there, and then we will have vacation talk. All right? I do appreciate it. Okay, guys, that is going to wrap it up for tonight. I will see you guys tomorrow for Spy Stream, or I will see you for Nitwits tomorrow night to watch the casino. Again, thank you to everyone who sent in super chats, channel memberships. Really appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your night. Take care. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
how is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.